What is up, YouTube? I am about to go live on TikTok, so bear with me and we will get there. Let's do this damn thing. It's been a couple of days. Trump wants singular. All right, here we go. Go live. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. All right, let's get started. We're just getting started. Let me go search for myself. Get all this shit going on. Let's see. Liberal loudmouth. Loudmouth. How the fuck am I not the first thing that pops up when I search for myself? That's weird. All right. I'm about to share it out. What's up, Ganastia TV? Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Good morning. All that good shit. Let me send to some people here. Y'all are getting one. Y'all are getting one. Yeah, fuck milk. All right, we are live. Boom. Shared it out. Sweet. Now let me go grab my alt. Got to take care of my business, because I can't do this stuff until I'm live, so forgive me as you watch me. I'm on the struggle bus today. Almost there. Request. Yeah. I actually like having my alt up here. That way when I step out, I can still talk and yell at people if need be. Anyway, we got a crazy show. There's a lot of shit going on in the world, or at least in the United States for sure, that we need to get through. A lot of crazy shit. I mean, this is wild. So the prompt may seem a little weird, but like I was thinking today, I'm like, how many amendments are we going to have to put out there to fix all of the shit that Trump has done to ensure, to some degree that it won't happen again? And I've come up with at least 8 amendments. 8 amendments. It's hard enough to get one, right? How the fuck are you going to get 8? Or even 2? Jesus Christ. I mean, this man has taken this country through the ringer. I suppose as a stress test, probably a good thing, to see where all your faults are. This dude's like, if he was a benevolent actor, maybe he'd be doing us a favor by showcasing where exactly our legal system and constitution has failed. I don't know. 8 fucking constitutional amendments. Crazy. What's up, APAC? I hadn't even gotten started yet, but since you guys are here, might as well say hello.
Well, I misread your prompt, so I think that's what Dictator. I read it as taster, so I'm like,
no. Yeah, no. You read it right. You read it right.
All right.
You read that shit right. Because originally I actually had the E. It's funny you said that. I had the E, and I'm like, well, Dictator has an O, so I'll put the O in there. Yeah.
Well, I learned a lot. I learned why Christy Nome apparently wears lip fillers. Motorboat situation going on with her, I guess. But
do we think that she didn't know?
I think she did know, which is probably why that alleged affair with Corey, was a thing.
Right. Like, well, she's over there getting hers out of because I guess she was like, I say she, when she's dressed up, but, he was out there. I didn't dig through the whole story because, to be honest with you, like, if somebody wants to do that, I don't give 2 shits. I don't like that they do that and then turn around and like pretend like they're somehow morally superior to everybody else around them. Like, we don't engage in that. That's perverse. While dudes over there in high heels probably looking better than half the women out there. Fucking crazy.
Packing 2 bazookas. I mean, I don't think DHS, really needed more money for funds with that.
He had at least one bazooka. Well, one can assume. I mean, who knows? Maybe he is not cross-dressing. Maybe maybe he's a chick. You never know.
Well,
Unless you reach down there, you'll never find out. And I'm not going to be the one to take one for the team.
Yeah, geez, let me stop there. But
Crazy.
I could go on.
It reminds me of Eric Clapton, Lola.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, Tommy, what do you have to say about that particular visit? That actually wasn't something I'd planned on covering, but it's funny you bring it up. It's what do you think, Tommy?
I'm not sure what you were guys talking about. But are you for birthright citizenship?
I am for the Constitution, which says that if you were born here, you are a U.S. citizen.
Okay, and you're for two-way then?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I think there is a Constitution is a flawed document because there were no planes back then. There were no airplanes. So today people can exploit the system very easily and exploit two-way as well because back then we didn't have weapons that we have nowadays.
Okay.
So, it's a flawed document. It has to be dynamic to change with times.
It is dynamic.
I mean, I'm sorry, static. Static is one thing. Dynamic is you can change, but I mean static. Like, it can't change. So it's like solid in place. So it has to be changeable. That's what I mean.
It is changeable. So I'm not sure what you mean. It is changeable.
So with amendments, right?
Yes. For example, we didn't used to vote for our senators, and we do now. So, I mean, as it's written, is it flawed? Should it be updated? Absolutely. Matter of fact, just talking about, I came up with about 8 amendments that we need to put in place to ensure checks and balances are still a thing. But,
Yep.
it takes, consensus to do it. Rightly so. You don't want to make things, willy-nilly, just tossing out amendments. Oh, well, there he went. Okay. Anyway, I think he ran out of steam there. That didn't take long, did it?
No.
But Tommy, you're welcome back up. I don't know. Thank you, APAC, for the donuts. Shit, I didn't realize I had donuts up there. Anyway, so we've got several stories like the Kid Rock thing. Did you see that? Did you see the video?
Yes, with the chopper.
Isn't that fucking weird? Like, you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, this is like the least important thing, but since there's so little people in here, we can cover this. If you haven't seen it, this is Kid Rock's fucking house. Like, it costs almost $6,000 an hour to run that bitch, for the record. So who knows how many hundreds of dollars this little foray over to Kid Rock's house took. And it's a military plane. It'd be one thing if it was like a news copter or something. So originally came out that he was under the pilot was going to be under investigation. Well, Keg's breath, he did away with that. We got that here. So Hegseth exonerates helicopter crews over Kid Rock flyby, nullifying Army probe. So that's going to go absolutely nowhere. Of course, we saw that coming, I think. When I saw that, I was like, oh, whatever. Right, like they're going to go after them. But, the guys that scream waste, fraud, and abuse are like, well, hey, let's fly by to, get... I imagine they may have footage. Those guys were probably told to go there and take video or something. I mean, isn't that weird? Just fly by a random fucking house, like... I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's weird, but it's as a conservative, sometimes there's a part of me that wants to try to defend like certain things, and it's just becoming harder and harder.
How do you defend that? I mean, it makes no sense. Like you're operating a vehicle that's almost $6,000 an hour, and for what purpose? Like, what the fuck was the purpose of that?
No, I completely agree. Like if it was under investigation, I probably would have said, hey, let's wait until the investigation's over. But you're not even investigating anymore. So.
Right. Immediately, dude came out because that story broke yesterday or the day before. I don't remember which day,
the day before.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even take him that long. Like, bro, you're over there unaliving little girls in another country, and you're worried about this fucking pilot. You got time out of your day to exonerate this pilot for doing something stupid, unless he was told to do it. Oh, and thank you, APAC, for meeting the other one. I actually didn't even reset that when it reset itself. Let me reset that. But the next one, this one, concerns me. The Supreme Court is going to hear arguments today about the 14th Amendment. What are your thoughts about it? Are you familiar with this? If you're not, I'm
not.
Just to give some, background, they are arguing that the 14th Amendment was only put in place for the children of slaves. Even though it doesn't say that, that's what the government is arguing. And they're trying to make it where even if you are born on U.S. soil, unless your parents are, I think, I don't know exactly what the stipulations were, unless your parents are citizens and or you've, done some fucking oath to the country or whatever, you can't be a citizen, even if you're born here, which actually would create stateless people. So anybody that's pregnant here right now, if that goes through, if the Supreme Court rules in Trump's favor, those people would not be, let's assume they're Hispanic, right, from Mexico.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have Mexican citizenship, and they wouldn't have U.S. citizenship. So then what? Like, what do you do with that?
Yeah, I think it's initial understanding. I think not only should apply to slaves, but to all persons here. I think they could maybe. I can see an argument where you say, actually, let me take a step back. So the whole entire issue with the undocumented immigrants like being here, my position has always been that, look, they pay into a system they can't collect. So as long as they're being a productive person within the U.S., then I don't see what the big fuss is about. You know what I'm saying? Like now if they're committing crimes.
Well, now if they're born here, because because they bitch about anchor babies all the time,
yeah.
Right? Or, they come over here, they get right across the border, and then they pop out a kid, and now the child is a citizen. I get how often that happens. Who fucking knows? But that's what they're trying to reverse and stop.
Yeah,
but let me read I'll read the damned amendment here. This is my little constitution. For the record, you can pick up a pocket constitution of your own in my showcase. I do have that in my showcase. I think I make like $1.50 off of it. It's like $10. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. Now, the key part that they're arguing is and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now, the relation to that is like diplomats, right? If they have children here, they are not automatically citizens because they aren't subject to the jurisdiction of our laws. They can break laws, right? And cops can't do anything about it. They have diplomatic immunity. So they aren't subject to the jurisdiction. But people are. And there have been, illegals are. And so when a child is born here, they are subject to the jurisdiction of the laws of the country. To claim that they aren't is to claim that they can break the law without any consequences, which is nonsense. And so
No, I agree.
even remotely making that argument is just ridiculous. And let's assume that this goes through, that Trump wins. I mean, there's plenty of precedent that says he won't, but with this Supreme Court, who fucking knows? Let's assume it goes through. Worst case scenario. Now you have to prove as parents that you are a fucking citizen, which means every parent in every hospital across the United States, the government now has an interest to come to you and ask your citizenship status and make you prove it. That means they'll be up in your business for no reason while you're giving birth to a child, which is fucked up. I mean, because otherwise, how do you enforce it, right?
Yep. No, I agree with you.
Crazy. If there's anybody in opposition in the comments that you think that people shouldn't be allowed to be quote unquote anchor babies, by all means come up. Renee, what say you?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Don't agree with
people get away with basically defrauding the government by having a kid here. They're from another country. They come in pregnant. This happens a lot. I'm Mexican, and with the caravans, we saw it a lot, that a lot of Venezuelan women were coming over here pregnant, like through the caravans and shit. And they would get to the USA and be like if it was baseball, like safe, you know what I'm saying? And so they can have the baby. So they're defrauding the system.
How? How is that defrauding the system?
They are coming pregnant from another country, expecting to come into this country, so that way they can bear a U.S. citizen kid. So we in the future would have to take care of that kid. And so not only that, they will get benefits in the future. Well, that they're defrauding the system.
Wait, they'll get benefits in the future, meaning that they'll work here, right? They'll work here.
Not only that, no.
But they'll work here.
Not only that, they get WIC, they get a whole bunch of shit for the kids. They don't have to pay.
It doesn't make, for the record, it doesn't make the parents a citizen. So the parent is still subject to deportation.
Not yet. Yes, not yet. They can go back to their country. No. So when the kid grows up, deported. Now he has a call to citizenship for his parents at the age of 21.
Possibly.
No, that's how it is.
No, possibly. That reunification is a process that takes a long time, and it's not something you just snap your fucking fingers over and it happens.
It takes a year if you're a U.S. citizen to do, dude.
Right. And what's wrong with that?
That they're gaming the system.
That's not gaming the system.
Another country. Hold on.
No. Hold on. I'm going to read to you again from the goddamned Constitution. You're telling me that abiding by the fucking Constitution itself is gaming the Constitution. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. There's nothing to game here, sir. If you don't like the Constitution, fucking change it.
Yeah, that's why Trump sent it back to the Supreme Court so they can take a look at it. That's exactly
not changing the Constitution. That is him putting in people in place that will reinterpret law that has been interpreted the same way.
That's how you change the Constitution. It was ruled.
No, that's how you change precedent. No, that's how you change precedent. If you don't like what the Constitution literally says, all persons born in the United States are U.S. citizens. If you don't like that, change it.
Well, I'll give you an example of this. I'll give you a clear example of this. The Second Amendment says that we have the right to bear arms, blah, 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 blah. There's states that don't let you get arms.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? So they're not following the Constitution.
What does that have to do with...
When it comes to people coming in illegally and having kids, that's where you got to be like, oh!
Let's read the Second Amendment.
Let's do it.
Hey, I got a quick question. So the children born in the U.S., what do you think they grow up to be?
Citizens.
Well, no, outside of the citizens part, I'm just asking him, like, what do you think
did they grow up like Here, let me give you an example.
It's
Did
another
you not
brown
see?
person in the country. We
No,
don't
no,
want,
no.
we don't
They
like
grow
the
up.
brown
If they grow
people.
up in the hood,
Well, do they
more
not
than
grow
likely
end
up
up
they're
in the
going to be a
becoming
hood.
hoodlum.
do they not end up becoming workers,
Wait,
taxpayers, or
are you a
entrepreneurs?
Mexican? Didn't you say you were Mexican?
I was born and raised in Mexico. Yes.
Okay, what did you become? Did you grow up in the hood?
I was again. I was born and raised in Mexico.
Did you grow up in the hood? Did you come here as a
No.
hoodlum? Because that's what you just
Well,
said they would
I
be.
didn't come here as an illegal, and then no, we didn't live in a shitty hood.
We're not talking about somebody coming here as an illegal. We're talking about a child
That's
that becomes
exactly
a
what
citizen
we're-
because he's born on U.S. soil.
And let me
Well,
ask you
let's say
something.
here, I'll
that-
give you an example. If his parents are poor, more than likely he's going to live in a hood. More than likely he's going to end up in jail, be a
Here we go.
hoodlum, whatnot.
and
We
let
already
me
know
ask
that.
you
Here
something.
we go.
Something.
Hold on. I'm going
everyone-
to read. Hold on. I'm going to read this real quick because you always forget this part, but it's like the opening statement of the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's what
Okay.
it says.
Well
And what-
regulated. Do you
and-
think that
and
the government
federal
should
government-
regulate it?
The federal government says that if you're a felon, you're not allowed to have firearm.
In California, if you're
Is
a
that
regular
right?
person, you can't have a firearm.
Is that it? Did I what I just said? Is that true?
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Uh-huh.
Felons.
So even the federal government says that there are limits to
felons,
that. Yes?
right? But in California, you don't have that right.
So so even the Supreme Court
So the
has
state-
acknowledged that there are restrictions to this. Yes.
So what if in the Supreme Court they say, well, I mean, there's going to be restrictions to this too?
Because that's not what it says in the amendment itself.
You have a
Read
double
the
standard,
amendment.
and I
It's
just
not a
pointed
double
it out.
standard. It's not a
That
double
is.
standard at all because
That
And let me
read-
ask you. Let me ask you a
read
question.
Because
the
if the
amendment.
Supreme Court, according
Listen.
to you, says it.
Listen, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. It says what it says,
That's why
man.
it's going to be. Yes, and we didn't have also this mass illegal immigration at that point. And I don't
Yes,
think
we did.
That's why we have the. No, we didn't. That's why
Yes,
we
we
have
did.
the amendment. Hold on. That's why we have the amendments, and the forefathers knew that this was right for their time, so they can correct it in the future. That's
I
why
got
you
a
can
quick
amend the
question.
Constitution.
I got a quick question. This is the most basic. How do you determine the parent's legal status? Is the government now going to go to the hospital and ask, is this person born or
They'd
is this
have to.
person a citizen or not?
They'd have to.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? If in
Yeah.
order for you to be a citizen, your parents have to be citizens. Guess what the government would now have to do to every person birthing a fucking child?
What?
They'd have to
Ask
make
for
sure that
ID?
they were citizens. Yes, and guess what? The government
But what?
has no right to do.
So what? Why not?
Guess what the government has no right to do?
If you're born in another country,
Guess
dude, like
what
one of
the
those shitty
government
countries,
has
Hold
no
on.
right to do, sir.
Dude, if you're born in one of these shitty countries that these people are coming from, you can't get your citizenship
You're Hispanic,
either.
right?
There.
You're Hispanic, right?
I'm Mexican, born and raised in Mexico.
Yes, so
I don't
you're
know why
Hispanic.
Yes.
So if you or your wife or your family or whatever
Let me
was
read it again.
giving birth in a hospital, the first thing they would come and ask you is, can we see your papers to make sure that you're legal?
What's wrong with that?
Let me read. This is
You're a
before-
citizen.
This is
But
the
they're
know what's
coming
wrong with
after
that.
you, not the
Yeah,
white
actually,
people.
let me ask you,
I'm a
Renee.
citizen again.
Renee,
Yeah,
what does
what
the
would be
Fourth
wrong with that?
Amendment say?
That you are free from any unwarranted searches, seizures, shit like that.
The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses,
Yeah.
papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation. Now, what does the Fifth
Citizens.
Amendment say? What is the Fifth
Citizens.
Amendment? What
Yeah,
does the
you have
Fifth-
the right to
No,
remain.
it doesn't say citizens.
Blah, blah, blah.
It
You have the
doesn't
right
say
to remain
citizens.
silent, blah, blah, blah.
Renee, it does not say citizens. This is every
Well,
human.
the Constitution is for the citizens.
No, it is
That's
not,
why,
sir.
That's why
No,
illegals
it's not.
can buy
It is
pew
not.
pews.
No,
That's why
it is
illegals
not.
can buy pew
Renee,
pews.
Renee,
Man,
I was.
it's not.
Let me tell you something.
That's why illegals can buy pew pews.
Renee, I know you just got here 5 minutes ago, but I've been an American all my life, and I guarantee you they knew the difference when they wrote this fucking thing, the difference between a citizen and a person, and they specifically chose to use person, the right of the people. That is not citizen. No person shall be held. They knew the difference when they wrote these amendments between a citizen and a person, and they specifically chose
Where
to
in
use
the
people.
Second Amendment does it say only citizens can buy pew pews?
I
Let
don't
me
know
ask
that it
you.
does.
Let me ask you.
It doesn't say. That's why it doesn't say. But we all know that illegals cannot buy pew pews, right?
That's Supreme Court precedent.
Let me ask
I
you.
know. So they can't buy pew pews, but yet the Constitution is supposed to be for everybody. But yet we have a
It
lot
is.
of things that people who are not U.S. citizens can't do. Vote. They can't get a pew pew. They can't do a lot of shit. They can't get a passport. Come on, guys.
Well, we
Stop
also-
being that stupid.
So the Constitution
1.
starts with we the people, right? And the Constitution also uses the words persons, not citizens. You got to remember that there is persons. If they wanted to apply to citizens, they would have just chose citizen.
And just to mention, right, Article 1, Section 8 gives Congress the power to regulate trade and commerce, right? So that's how the regulation of the pew pew market and then the flow of pew pews, gets regulated. So I mean, it is present there.
I don't know what that had to do with this conversation. Anyways, so we
talking
can
about
agree
arms,
that
right?
the Constitution says that we, the people, have the right to keep and bear arms, right? It says that. Doesn't mean U.S. citizens.
It does say
but
that,
we
yes.
specifically know. But we specifically know that there's a certain type of people that cannot use our constitutional rights. And who are those people? Illegals. So that tells me...
Actually, hold on. In the Constitution, if you read it, 14th Amendment says no state can deprive any person. Do you know what the word any persons means?
Okay, keep on reading it.
Any persons of life, liberty, or property without due process. If they wanted to change that, if you're going off of the Constitution, they wouldn't have used those two words, any person. It didn't say citizens. It didn't say Americans. It didn't say Mexicans. It said any person.
What do you think the process of being an illegal is? It's deportation, isn't it?
It says any person.
not
What I'm trying to get
necessarily.
to, the Constitution
No,
applies to
not necessarily.
more than just Americans. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So okay,
No,
so
it
your
doesn't.
point,
If it
your
did,
point.
they would be able to buy pew pews.
So Renee, let me understand. Your point is that because the Supreme Court wrongly applies the Second Amendment to citizens, that they should wrongly apply it to every other amendment.
They wrongly apply it according to you?
Yes, that's correct, because that's not what it says in the Constitution.
And we're talking about California, right?
Does
That
everybody
they've
in
let
the
these
United States? Does everybody in the United States have a right to a pew pew, Renee?
Unless they're criminals.
Okay, and should they
Underage.
have a right to a pew pew? Well, it doesn't say there's
Normal
an
everyday
age limit.
people, yes.
I'm a two-way proponent, and I'll tell you,
Children are allowed to have pew pews.
if you're going by the Constitution and you're going by the well-regulated, not everybody would be entitled to a PPP.
I mean, yeah, but they
And,
don't.
and
They,
who's
they,
the
they
person
always
that would
forget that part.
determine what is well regulated? So would that mean that the government would determine, oh yes, you can have it and you
No.
can't? No.
Well,
Because,
when
then
written-
who would regulate it according to you?
When written,
Who would regulate it according to you?
When written, the militia was the people. And in fact, it used
Exactly.
to be mandatory. 16 plus, you used to have to have a certain amount of dry gunpowder and ball ready to go in case the government were to call on you to go. And you had to register
Yeah.
with your local militia. That's the case. But see, as you pointed out earlier, that needs to change, right? Because that's not the same anymore, which would mean that you could very well interpret that amendment to state that unless you're part of the armed forces or your National Guard
No,
that you
you
don't
can't
have a
because
right
it's we
to.
the people.
You could interpret
No, you
it
can't
that
interpret
way.
it anyway.
You can interpret it that way.
Well,
You can
Renee.
interpret it that way because
Stupid people
we
can.
know,
I agree.
We
Renee,
know
we-
that the military, we didn't have a standing army, and the militia, when written, was the military
Then how
arm.
would you go against your government? Because the Second Amendment was not written so you can go hunting. It was to go specifically against
For
a tyrannical
self-defense.
government. So if the government limits who the fuck can have pew-pews and not based on your military experience or whatnot, that would mean that how would you stand up to against the government once they take away the pew-pews if the government already made that regulation? That'd
Renee,
be fucking stupid.
Renee, there's something called the Supreme Court that interprets these laws.
Yes, and they're going to interpret this law, the 14th Amendment, that these people can't just be coming in and having kids here. Yeah.
That's incorrect.
That's not what it says, man. That's not what it says.
Well, they're going to interpret it that way.
No, they're not. They have never.
Yes.
They have never, in the entirety of the existence of the 14th Amendment, they have never.
Not yet. Not yet.
They have never interpreted it that way.
Not yet.
So you're telling me that, fucking over 100 years, almost 200 years, Trump was right and they've been wrong this entire time over the course of
It could be. And so if they interpret it that way, you're going to have to try and bitch about it.
Or are you telling me that we have activist judges that Donald Trump specifically chose in order to do this because he didn't want the white people to be replaced, and that's why he surrounded himself with a bunch of white nationalist fucking replacement theory dirtbags that believe themselves to be superior, and therefore all Mexicans have to go. And Renee, that includes you. If you have melanin in your skin, these people don't fucking like you or want you here, so get ready. If you voted for Trump, you deserve to be forced to go right back from where the fuck you came, bitch.
That's fine.
You know what's
I'm
crazy?
not getting deported, and you know that.
These people.
You will.
These people.
Whoa. This guy thinks he is so proximal to
I go over
whiteness
the border all the
that
time.
you
No.
won't get deported.
Being legal has nothing to do with whiteness, dummy. CBP, most of them are brown people.
You guys are
Most
literally
CBP
arguing.
are brown people.
Renee, you guys, as in you MAGA, are literally arguing
That's
against
funny.
the Constitution. You guys are supposed to be conservatives, but you're not conserving anything by definition.
We know that a lot of people are coming in illegally.
No,
having
you're
their
not
kids here
conserving.
and taking advantage of it.
Conservatives
That
are
isn't
supposed
conservative.
Who's taking advantage of what?
The illegals are taking advantage of the system.
They come here and have a child, and you're like, no. We don't want that
Well,
child.
they have a child on the taxpayer. First of all, they have a child. They have a child and they don't pay for it. How many illegals?
gotta go
And I've
sign
known a shit ton that have never paid for it because they get free everything.
Renee, what do you think
They
about
don't
the
get
20
free
Nobody
everything.
gets free everything.
Who
Nobody
the
gets
fuck
free
are you
everything.
saying that gets free anything, Renee?
A shit ton of it.
Did you
Well,
get
I grew
free
up in a.
stuff? Did you get free stuff
No,
when you
not
came
us.
here?
No, well, we came in legally.
They don't get free shit. What are you
Yeah, they
talking
do.
about? No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
What?
Yes, they do.
Name
Well,
one thing.
They
First
give
of all,
you enough just
they
to
get
keep
Now,
their
hold on,
here.
I asked him a
Hold on.
question.
I'm
Name
going to
one
answer
thing.
the question. They get when they have their kids, they don't have to pay the doctor. They get that paid for 100%.
Neither do citizens.
You're talking about
Neither do
citizens,
citizens.
or people that are illegals. Can you go to
Nobody
another
in
country
the
and
We're
have your
United
talking about
States.
people.
Can
Renee,
you go to another? Can you go to Mexico,
calm down.
have your kid, and not
First of
pay
all,
for anything?
Calm down.
Can you go to Mexico,
We're not
have a kid, and not
Mexico,
pay for
Renee.
anything?
You hated
I know, we're
Mexico
better.
so
We're
much
better. We're-
that you
yes.
came here. So stop
We're
talking
better, and
about
that's why
Mexico.
we have to change people leeching off of the system.
Renee, you do not have to. Any person in this country, if you have a baby, you don't have to pay a fucking dime. You go to the
Illegals
hospital.
know that. Yeah,
So do
illegals know that.
citizens, because it's the only option you have,
Yeah, but
Renee.
citizens, right?
So wait, let me
It's
let me
totally
get this
different.
straight. Renee, let me get this straight. You think that the only time that you should be able to have a child in this country is if you can afford it?
No, if you're a U.S. citizen.
Hey, Renee,
They
also,
don't have to afford it
Yes,
either. They don't have to pay for it either. What are you
If
talking
they're
about?
a U.S. citizen, did you not hear my fucking criteria?
Renee, also Mexico.
They don't have to pay for it either.
They have IMSS and INSAB.
Yes,
That
and
pays-
that's not for foreigners. That's
that
for
pays?
Mexican people, I understand. Yes,
You
so
said
if
that
a
they-
foreigner
if-
goes to Mexico and has a kid,
Wait.
they are not going to get free health care. They have to pay for everything.
Nobody
at a
gets free
clinic,
health
which isn't
care.
even that
Renee,
expensive.
gets free health
Renee,
care.
nobody
Renee.
gets free health care, Renee.
In Mexico, you do. In Mexico, you do.
We're not
I don't
in
know if you know
Mexico,
that.
Renee. You
Well,
hated your
that's what I'm
country.
saying.
Renee, you
I know it's a
hated
piece
your
of shit,
country.
yeah.
You hated your country and you left it. Stop talking
because it's a
about
piece of shit.
Mexico. We're talking about the United States. We aren't talking
No,
about
so
Mexico.
what I'm saying
get
is that
over
when a
the
foreigner-
country. Listen, Renee, get over the country
Name
that
another
you don't
country.
like.
It's irrelevant. If you go to another
It's not
country,
relevant.
you're going
We're
to
not
have to
in
pay
another
for your
country.
kid.
Renee,
You're going to have to pay for your
Stop.
kid.
We're
Renee,
speaking of America.
Stop. We're talking about the United States of America,
We're
which
talking
you
about
came
illegal
to
leeching
from
off
the
of the
country
system.
that you didn't like. So stop bringing
We're
up the
talking about
country that you
illegal
didn't like
leeching off of a system.
in the United
Nobody's
States. But you
leeching.
keep
In the United
bringing,
States, yes,
you
they
keep
are
bringing
leeching
up,
out of a
you
system.
keep bringing up Mexico. Stop that. We're
No,
not
we're
talking
talking about
Mexico
Mexicans right now. We're
no,
talking about
we're
Mexicans
talking
coming
about
over the
U.S.
border.
citizens. We're talking about U.S. citizens. Because if you come here and you're born here, guess what? You're a fucking citizen. So we are absolutely talking about U.S. citizens. Where have you been for the last 10 minutes,
And that's
Renee?
going to change.
Hey,
Well,
Renee.
and that's going to change, and you guys are going to cry.
Renee, what do you think about the 22nd Amendment? Do you even know what that is?
No, I don't.
The 2 terms. Do you think that if Trump says that that amendment doesn't count, do you think that it
I
shouldn't
think he
count?
trolled you guys funny that you bitch a
No,
lot
I'm just
about it.
asking. I'm just asking a
No,
question.
no, I'm answering the question. I think Trump trolled you guys on
Well,
about it a lot.
I'm just
It's not
asking.
bitching when you
He
talk
trolled
about
you.
the current
Hey,
sitting
Renee.
president.
Renee, I think he trolled you about being a peace president. And he trolled you guys real good. He also said he wasn't going to be corrupt. He's corrupt. He also said he would end the war in Ukraine. What a troll, right? He trolled you guys.
And he also
The word
said
that
that
Joe
we would
Biden
have lower
started.
gas.
And he said that he
Oh,
would
my
release,
gas
he
is
would
lower.
release the Epstein
2022 were the
files.
worst gas prices in history.
He said he would release the
2022
Epstein
worst gas
files.
prices in history.
Wait. Did you just say Joe Biden started the Ukraine war?
It
Yes, he
started
did.
under Joe Biden.
He
It
really
started
don't-
under Joe Biden versus Joe Biden started the Ukraine war. Words matter.
You don't know what Crimea is, huh?
Well, yeah, that happened under
Jesse,
Obama.
good morning.
Trump. It
Not
happened
under Trump.
my guy.
No, it didn't.
Crimea happened during Trump's administration.
No, it didn't. It happened during Obama.
It carried over into Trump's administration.
No, he didn't.
What
Well, you know, I don't care. Look, I don't want to go back to 2009 or 2014 or whatever. We don't need to do that. We're currently talking about the 14th Amendment and this
Yeah. Let's stick
this
on that. Let's
notion
stick on that,
that
guys.
we have to ignore what the Constitution says. And for those that are just getting here, let's read what it says. If I can get back to it. Just so we're all on the same page about what it says. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Donald Trump thinks that they shouldn't be included in that.
That was meant for slaves,
illegal.
though.
No,
Not for
That's
illegals.
what
It was
Donald
meant
Trump said.
for
But
persons.
guess what? Guess what, Renee? In the Constitution, you will see the word slaves, which means they knew what a slave was. And they knew if they wanted it to mean only the children of slaves, they would have fucking written that. You think the people that came up with this were stupid? No, they purposely said all persons.
Well, we've already changed the Constitution a few times, and it's going to be changed again, guys. I don't
And
know.
like
if you
I
really-
said, if you don't like the Constitution, fucking change it.
They are.
Don't get
Now, do you know
activist
how what it
judges
takes to
to
change it,
lie
Renee?
about what it says.
Renee, do you know what it takes to change the Constitution?
Yeah, it takes Congress and the Senate and everybody. It takes a
And
majority
holy
of
shit,
people.
thank you,
2/3.
Jesse.
As far as
wow.
I can tell, no one's making moves in that direction.
That was awesome.
No, not yet, because they're going to reinterpret it first, and then if
Not
they
yet.
do,
It's always
Yep.
not yet.
I'll be right back, but I'm still
right,
here.
guys.
And you realize that it takes 2/3 of the House and the Senate.
Yep.
And guess what's happening real soon?
I don't know what.
You don't know what's happening real soon.
See, like the man said, birthright citizenship, if it's removed, is going to impact you directly, Renee, because
No, it's
you're from
not. I
Mexico?
wasn't born here. I was born in Mexico.
Well,
I didn't come in
exactly.
illegally.
You're
I didn't come
underlining
in
my point.
illegally. I
Renee,
waited 10 years
you're
in
underlining
Mexico
my
to
point.
get my green card.
You don't belong here, according to Trump's administration. You don't belong here.
No, you illegal
gonna
don't
go.
belong here. I
They're
came
gonna
in
come for
legally.
you.
I came in legally. Don't worry
And
about
you
me,
didn't
dude.
come in
They don't
illegally.
care.
I'm fine.
And you know,
I'm
You're
fine.
not white. They don't care.
Renee,
You know how many
after
times I crossed the border?
Renee, after
You're
the
not
house
white.
on the Renee,
When it
after the house on
happens, I'm not going to feel bad for you, Renee.
Renee,
Don't
after the
worry.
House and the Senate, you realize that 3/4 of the states have to approve it as well.
Yeah, it's fine.
38 of the 50 states.
It's gonna get passed, dude.
And you
That's why they're looking at it already.
What's-
And I'm gonna be fine with it. I'm gonna be
What's
100%
happening real
fine with
soon
it.
is the midterms.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that may actually pull us into the other topic, which is this national registration, the state citizens list, or whatever the fuck Donald Trump is trying to come up with, in order to prevent the U.S. Postal Service from sending mail-in ballots to anybody that's not approved by the federal government. Did you guys see that?
Yes, yes.
That's going to hurt all the service members, by the way.
Yeah, and so, well, see what it does is it's going to force you to go to the polling places, and they're going to reduce the number of polling places, so you have to wait in fucking line for 4 hours, and they're going to send ICE agents to strategic locations across the country in order to arrest anybody that looks like Renee and detain them for maybe being a fucking an illegal, because Renee, they will look at your ass and think that you're an illegal. Even if you say, I voted for Trump, they don't give a shit, bro. They'll take your ass and they'll put you in the back of a car, and then by the time they let you go, it'll be too late. You won't be able to vote.
I'll be a woman by the time they let me go, right?
I don't know what that means. If you want to be a woman, man,
it means he has no real response, so he's saying something stupid. It means he has no real response.
No, what I'm saying is that's a stupid, that's something that's never going to happen, but okay.
God,
what
you're
do you mean?
pessimistic when it comes to stuff that's going to benefit people, and you're optimistic about your chances of staying here when they repeal the 14th Amendment. Man, you're a pretzel.
Well, I didn't cross in illegally. Again, I wasn't born here, so that wouldn't apply to me.
It won't matter. We keep telling you
It would, because that wouldn't have hurt me. I wasn't born here, guys.
And there's
I got my
optimism.
citizenship in my country, then waited for them to give us a green light so we can come into the country.
Optimism.
He thinks he's white.
Word.
No, I'm not illegal.
He thinks that these white people will accept him. Oh, no. I voted for you. I voted for the white nationalists. Look. I'm not as dark as that. I'm not as dark as the black guy. You can love me.
He's going to say, I don't even like tacos.
So are you guys equating being white with being legal?
Yes.
That's fucking racist.
They are.
That's what they're
deporting illegals. They're deporting illegals.
They're doing.
No.
Deporting illegals. I agree. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so I have a question for Renee. Look,
they're deporting illegals. What's wrong with that?
Congress has not.
What's wrong with deporting illegals?
Renee, just a
guys. What's wrong with deporting illegals?
I'm about to get to it. Congress has not formally introduced a constitutional amendment to revise or change the 14th Amendment since it was ratified in 1868. Before Trump, there was no Republican candidate, right, that even ran on that platform. Right? Even in 1980.
Because it wasn't a big thing. Years ago.
It was.
Problems change. No. Problems change. I'll give you an example. What was the population of the
entire life? They've been complaining about illegals my entire life.
Hey, Renee, what do you think, Reagan? Do you think Reagan supported immigration or what?
I think he fucked it up on how he did it. I don't support Reagan with that. I didn't like Reagan.
What did he do? That you didn't
I'll give the amnesty.
But you weren't here, were you?
No, I wasn't even alive.
You were still a Mexican? Oh, you were okay.
No, I wasn't alive.
I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
No. Yeah. So I think he fucked it up because he gave everybody just citizenship, and he devalued what it meant to be a citizen. And now everybody that comes in illegally
what does it mean to be
wants
a
that
citizen
same right.
to
Hold
you?
on. Well, a lot of people don't vote for the Second Amendment. They want to get rid of the Second Amendment.
Or back
the
to that
First
now?
Amendment.
Nobody does.
And so, yes, they do. Liberals all the time. They're like, yes, we're going to take your guns. We're going to take your this. We're going to take your that.
That's a lie.
Nobody's going to vote
That's
for
a
that.
lie.
Liberals own
That's a
guns,
lie.
my guy.
I've seen
Liberals
that,
own guns.
dude.
Can I say
That's a
something right
lie.
quick?
Yes.
They did that in the 2020 campaign when they had 14 Democrats.
So Renee, whatever the fuck your name is, first of all, let me go and break it down for you. I'm a Democrat. I'm also a liberal. I'm also for a two-way as well. Okay, if you're going to use it for life and property, yeah, I'm all for that. Please do not lump someone like me in the category. Just because I'm a Democrat and just because I'm a liberal, we don't want two-way. We don't want pews out here. If you're using it sensibly, if you're also going to go ahead and protect life and property, yeah, I don't have a fucking problem with that. Number one. Number two, the reason why I have an issue with what you were just saying regarding birthright citizenship is in the Constitution. Like the host says, if you have a problem with said Constitution, then you reach out to your Congress people to have it updated, amended, modified, how the fuck you wanted to have it updated and shit like that. So don't sit here, Renee, and belittle my intelligence and try to make it sound like Democrats are the bad guy and Republicans are not.
Hey,
That
No,
right
I never
there
said
to
that
me,
either.
Renee,
I never said that either. So here, check this out. I'll give you an example.
No, I ain't done yet. You want to let me finish my point? Because I haven't gotten a chance to say anything on this panel. Thank you very
Go ahead,
much.
Tank.
Like I said, Renee, whatever the fuck your name is, you like I said, yeah, they say it different ways. I don't know, but anyway, I'm trying to make sure I land my plane. The fact that you want to go ahead and vote for this man who currently in office ain't done shit for us in the United States of America, and want to talk about how we're the bad guys, the fear mongers, and everything like that. That shows you all do not have character. You do not have the integrity to hold his man accountable, and also call him on his bullshit. That's the problem that I have with Trump supporters.
Okay, well, here, check this out. I don't support Trump whenever it comes to the Iraq shit. I do support.
You obviously
when it comes to what? When it comes to what, Renee?
But when it comes to, let's say, removing LGBT from school with...
He said Iraq.
Said Iran. But when it comes to removing LGBT from school and everyday life, I'd support him on that. So
you can't do that. Wait. In the possibility.
Hold on real quick. Wait, did you just say you support Donald Trump removing LGBTQ from school? Like people?
Yes. No, from school. The curriculum.
What?
I used to live in Minnesota.
What curriculum is teaching LGBTQ?
I used to live in Minnesota, and the reason I left this was... Well, they were... Hold on, what the fuck is wrong with you? So
because I asked you a question and you're not answering it.
Hold on. So I'm... this motherfucker.
No, you don't want because you don't want to answer.
Go ahead, answer the question.
Okay. So let me answer. So when this was 2021, when I used to live in Minnesota, I lived there for about 6 months. My son came home with a book called The Gay BCs that they were reading in this fucking school. And we had shit like that, but not with anything sexual. And so that's when I decided to move to Iowa. Look for the nearest state that does not promote. So you don't want your son to know these people
exist?
Wait, so what? Okay,
no, I don't want my son to be corrupted with this information at a young age.
You didn't answer my fucking question, which was very simple. What are they teaching?
Yes.
Oh, well, specifically in kindergarten for my kid, they were opening up. They opened them up with the term, what is trans, gay, lesbian, by using these children's books.
Okay.
I don't know any kindergarten.
That one was called the Gay BC.
Hold on, everybody. Okay, Renee, let me ask you a couple of questions. Do gay people exist in this country?
Yes.
Do trans people exist in this country?
In their head, yes.
But they exist, yes? Whether you agree with it or not, they exist, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So when they're in school and they're in kindergarten and they see somebody that they don't understand, don't you think it's better for them to know what it is that they're looking at than to not?
Well, in a sense, I'd tell my son, look, that was gay.
You
that
see what I'm
was a
saying,
lesbian
right?
and
Like,
whatnot.
right. Like it's like these people.
But no.
These
But not
people
to put it in a
exist
light,
in
though.
our spaces, but there's nothing. There's what are they putting it in?
Of course, there's something wrong with them.
It's so
of
great
course
to
there's
be.
something wrong
It's
with them.
great to be gay. Said no,
No, it
school
isn't. It
teacher
isn't
either.
great.
It may not be great
Said
for you,
no
but
school teacher
You're not the arbiter of
any-
everything in
No,
America.
so this is why liberals lost this time.
Renee, you know,
Because,
we had sex ed growing
No,
up
no,
when I
no.
was a
I
little
don't.
kid.
I don't think my
Yeah,
point
they didn't
was.
teach about gay. They didn't teach
Yes,
it, and this
they
was in
did.
kindergarten.
I'm
What do you
This
65
was in
years old. Trust
kindergarten.
me, they talked about homosexuality.
They
No,
talked about
no.
homosexuality
No.
in sex ed. Yes, they did.
That
Yes,
is
they
true.
did.
Sixth grade, seventh
Renee, how
grade,
old are
sixth
you?
grade,
How old are
seventh
you?
grade, not kindergarten.
How old are you?
I'm
Renee?
40. I'm 40.
Okay, so
I'm older
so
than you,
here's
and I
what
remember
I'm.
the curriculum. I was
here's-
told what a homosexual was.
Here, okay, so here's.
All right. Were
like-
you told
okay.
it's okay to be homosexual? Go suck
I was
a
told
dick.
to accept human beings for who they are.
Correct.
No,
Well,
you
That's what I
yes.
thought.
No, you
Yeah.
weren't.
You don't tell me what I was taught, my guy. Please don't do
Renee,
that. Don't do
Renee,
that.
do you think that
Oh, you
in
are.
schools it's okay to acknowledge the existence of other types
No.
of people?
No.
No?
We're all citizens.
So-
That's it.
Well, see, it's that
Oh,
mentality
so
that kept black
nobody-
people like me down.
So what? Like you don't acknowledge that there are differences
Well,
between
like,
people, and to
little
accept that.
6-year-olds shouldn't be gay.
They can't help
What
it.
does
They're
that
born that
mean?
way.
Well,
You're not born
listen,
that way.
Why don't you tell that to Epstein in the class that currently exists in this administration? Because they're the ones that are taking these 6 to 12-year-olds and graping them. Turning them
I
down.
understand it. Why would you want to do that to my kids now?
So it's
Renee.
like, it's okay if we keep it in secret
one
on
wants to
this
do that to your
island over
kids.
here where a bunch of rich people are, where they can diddle these kids. But if you make mention that trans people and gay people exist in this country, somehow, some way, Renee says that's a problem. Maybe,
Who do you think has to
maybe,
do with the school
maybe,
curriculum?
just
Here's the
maybe,
problem I have.
Did you know that?
just
Did
maybe,
you know that Jelaine Maxwell's dad had to do with the school curriculum and all this
Just-
perversity and
just-
shit?
just
Yeah, I know
maybe.
where it's coming from.
Just
Renee,
maybe.
Here's the problem I
Renee, you know
have.
what's crazy? You said we're all citizens, yet you're okay about getting rid of the 14th Amendment and letting the government determine who the citizen is and not, and checking up on people. But you said when it
Well, we
comes to
already know who's not a
when,
citizen.
when it came to school curriculum, you were like, "Hey, no, it doesn't matter if you're."
Yeah, because only
LGBTQ.
citizens should be in school.
Only
Well,
citizens should be
See,
in
now
school.
I think you're just trolling for the
Wow.
fuck of it.
Yeah,
Now I
but-
think you're trolling yourself.
Hold on.
That's why
Why
I
are you?
can't respect.
Why are people coming in illegally? Why
Well-
is that? It's not so hard to come in legally.
Why did you come
Well,
here?
legally?
Why
But
did
why?
you
I
come
Came in
here?
through the front door with
Why
no
did you
permission.
come
why
here?
they're
The
coming
question
Why
in
did
is
you come
why?
here? Why did you come here, Renee?
Well, actually, because it's better here.
Hey,
Better
you
than
don't
what?
think that might be
Better
why?
than Mexico.
You don't think that might be why people come here, quote unquote, illegally?
No, they could come legally through the front door. What's wrong with that?
You
I'm
asked.
gonna show you what's
No
coming
one's
in.
saying
You
there's
asked
anything
why
wrong
they
with
came
that,
here.
but we
Well,
acknowledge
but
the
they're
fact that
coming
people
in
are coming
illegally. We all know that.
Yes, we
Yes.
know. I just finished saying that, my guy.
And Renee, there are laws in place that allow for the deportation of people who come here illegally. That's a
Can
fact.
you put this-
When they
can
get
you put
deported,
this
do
on
people
big
cry?
screen real
When
quick?
they get deported,
I
do
just-
people cry about
Sure,
it? What
but
the
now
fuck?
APAC has
Yeah.
is trying to jump in there. Go ahead, APAC.
Yeah, so I just want to make one quick statement here. So the irony is that you're talking to us about LGBTQ, IA curriculum. On your profile, you're listed as she, her, hers. You have a profile with a middle finger sticking up and a tagline, "A Jew love."
Yes.
I mean, so
Yes.
I don't really, so what that tells me is that,
Yes.
is that you don't respect certain people. That's what that tells me.
Hey, Renee, this is why people come illegally.
Well, I put my she, her,
No,
hers
this-
thing in there just to point out the absurdity. Just so-
Renee,
Okay,
Renee, this is why people come illegally.
Or are you
Why?
like Christy Nome's husband?
I can't
And
read.
there's something about
so
you
this-
that you aren't telling us, Renee.
Are you-
And
are
it's
you reading
fine.
this?
Look,
Immigration.
if you wear dresses
way
and
to
high
green card.
heels, I don't care.
Immigration
But-
roadmap.
Yeah, no, he was a homo. We that's why he was getting cut.
So this is
Yeah,
an immigration roadmap.
So I got number one question to ask liberal if I may, and I want this is no if he's a bigot or not. Rennie, let me ask you a question. Please be honest with me. I'm the G in LGBT, meaning I'm gay. Do you think that Do you think that I'm mentally ill because I'm homosexual, and do you think I'm unnatural because I'm gay?
Let me explain it in my position. No, I'm going to explain it.
Sir.
So,
no, I don't. Is it straight yes or no?
Answer? Well, no, because you had two questions in there. So I'm going to come.
And they're both. Let me go and school you.
Someone's saying,
"Oh my God,
immigration roadmap
let me
20,
oh my God,
26."
Yes, let me go and school you right quick, Rennie, about me.
Let's get the new one.
I've been on this app for 6 years. September will make it 6 years for me. And whenever I ask someone a question, I expect a direct answer, not no him or her, not no give me dialogue or commentary or dissertation, none of that shit. I want a direct yes or no answer. So again,
so you're not unnatural. Because we see it in nature.
Again, let me rephrase my question, and I would expect a direct yes or no answer. So it's a two-part question. Question number one, me being gay, do you, in your opinion, believe that I am mentally ill? That's the first question. Is a yes or no answer required only? And number two, do you believe? Okay, I'm not finished my question, sir. Please do not answer.
He answered your question. He said no.
Again,
he said no.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, he said no.
Yeah, I just answered the question.
Yeah, he said no.
Okay, so my second question is: do you believe I'm unnatural because I'm gay?
Shit, I'm all natural.
No, because we see it in nature.
Excuse me?
We see homosexuality in nature, but we also see cannibalism and shit. And we also see other wrong things that are in nature. Doesn't mean that we should do them.
Okay.
Here's one of the things.
Are you Catholic, Renee?
No, I'm an atheist.
Okay. Well, hey, look, we're making progress here.
That's why I was gonna come. That's why I was going to explain to her that I'm not coming from a judgmental position, coming from the Bible.
First of all, I'm not a her. I'm a him.
He. Sorry, he. So I was going to explain that when I did my answer, that my standard isn't biblical or anything like that.
Hey,
if you want to be gay, that's fine
special.
with you.
I sent you an invite. You've got a lot to say. I'd love to have you up on the panel if you want to support Renee. If there's other opposition in there, I would like to have them up here because Renee's here by himself. There's a bunch of people up here. I mean, essentially dogpiling, really.
I can deal with them.
I will say I appreciate Renee for holding his own here in the face of, 6 other fucking people. So, I appreciate it, Renee. But, I'm sure nobody's going to take it easy on you either.
No, that's fine. I have no issues with gay people. What it is that why the fuck are you so inclined to teaching something I don't want for my kids? That's where it gets to me. Like, I'm an atheist. And if in schools they were teaching my kid about Jesus and shit like that, I'm going to be pissed at them.
If you're okay, and here's the thing. I want to go ahead and say it like this. I agree. I somewhat understand where you're coming from because, yes, I may be gay, and I do not believe that we should teach that to kids that are teach kids that are of adult themes. If you're in high school, if you're 17, 18 years old, I still have my reservations about it. But once you get to 21, yeah, no problem. So I'm there with you on that. On we should not be teaching it to little kids. But as far as trying to condemn someone and try to make it sound like it's a problem, just to say, oh yeah. Bob and Ted, they may be boys, but they love each other. That's fine.
Let me just add that I think teaching is the wrong word here because aside from maybe a couple of examples that you might find across the country, because there are shitty teachers that do shitty things outside the scope of their job, right? We've seen this before. but it's not the norm. They aren't teaching LGBTQ. They're just acknowledging that these people exist, which is why earlier I asked Renee if they exist, and he said that they do. The fact that they exist, them talking about it at school is a non-issue. It's a non-issue because they exist. Right?
No. So it's putting a light on it. So here, just so you understand. So imagine that they took you to like a field trip in Kensington, right? We all know what happens there with all the little druggies like sloping around and shit. And if you tell kids, here, guys, this is what we should be celebrating. These kids here that aren't gonna have a good future because they're on drugs, like putting it into their head that it's a good thing. That's where it gets to me.
Renee,
Wait. You're comparing being on rugs to being gay?
Yes. Let me explain. Here, I'll give you my point and
These
why
two are
it's a
not
lot
the
more
same.
dangerous.
Where's Waldo?
Well, here, based on the CDC, ma'am, sir, every year, 100% of people that get tested for AIDS, 70% of them are gay. Why? Why is that?
Well, do you really want me to go through the why?
Well, promiscuity, right? Yes, so that's why I would never like my son to be even close in that category. What's wrong with that?
It's not just promiscuity, but you do have an increased likelihood if you engage in, sodomy. I don't know if I can say the other words, so I'll just say that. And that's for straight people too. You're more likely to contract it that way.
It's 10% of straight people that get it each year, compared to 70%, and then the other ones were lesbians.
I'm saying that your risk goes up when you engage in that form of sexual activity.
No, that's not true. If my wife doesn't have AIDS, I won't get AIDS.
That's not what I'm.
Doesn't matter if I do sodomy or not.
Okay.
That's just not going to happen.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's not the way it works.
You're more likely to contract something doing that. Now, I'm not saying it's going to poof, out of thin air, but if somebody has it, you're more likely to contract it if you engage in that behavior.
Yes, so I understand.
It's not just sodomy. It's also people sharing needles and other stuff.
That as well.
No, but according to the CDC, this number was it had nothing to do with the needle sharing. It had to do statistically just with sex.
Do you understand?
I can pull it up. I can pull it up right now.
Do you have a stats background?
I understand stats. Pretty simple to understand.
No, it's not simple.
Other people do the.
I mean, if
the CDC
simple,
did the CDC did this stat, dude. Come on.
So let me ask you: is being a Republican come with a higher risk of AIDS? Because every time a bunch of those dudes get together, Republican guys get together, they crash Grindr.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. If that makes you feel better. But no. If they're homosexual behind closet, which is a preferred homosexual where nobody has to see it, I think that's better than pushing laws to push it in our face.
And for someone to preach that they're not MAGA, you sure have a lot of taxes coming from you out of the MAGA play.
I'm more of a liberal, guys, but you forced me to vote for Trump.
No.
He's more of a liberal.
Renee, do you believe everything that comes out of the CDC?
No.
Not everything.
Yeah.
But that's something that we've had pretty common knowledge since the 80s, since the AIDS epidemic.
So, oh my God.
How do you pick and choose?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who does the study. Like if there was a radical increase, let's say in straight people getting AIDS, then I'd be like, well, that isn't true based on the tendencies and going back to other studies. So of course, you can look at studies.
So if CDC came out and said a certain disease,
well, it wasn't NIH also. NIH.
Okay. If CDC,
this isn't just new to the USA. I'm just giving you stats from the USA.
I'm asking you. I'm going to pull CDC, NIH, and everyone came out and said a certain disease was spreading, like at a rapid pace, and you had to wear masks and have 6 foot distance and do all these things. What would you say to those studies?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I would listen.
I'm asking you a simple question.
I am. So I would listen. and I would comprehend the information and then understand the studies and then be like, oh shit. So it's old people getting infected with this and unaliving. It's not younger people. It's mostly people that are obese and old that are getting hurt by this.
Wait,
So-
what are we talking about? I thought we were talking about, we'd gone
No,
into
no.
STDs.
Well, I
Oh
was
yeah,
asking
no.
him how
See,
he pick and choose.
he was asking about COVID, basically.
I was asking him
Oh.
how he picks and chooses his stuff from CDC because
Oh,
I'm
I see.
curious.
Because they backtracked everything 2 years later, so I was just right in the
And
future.
I want to point out that you can't breathe with a mask on unless you're an ICE agent, and then you breathe just fine. But I just wanted to put this up here.
Can we stick
real
with the
quick.
AIDS?
The base risk, yeah, this is the base risk of the different types of, sexual activity. And as you can see, receptive, anal sex, whatever, 138 versus insertive being 11, and receptive vag is 8 versus 4 for insertive. So if you engage in this as a straight person, your risk is similar to that of somebody who is, in that category that engages.
Oh my God,
in
you
it.
are so deceptive.
Bro, what?
Watch, I'm
This
gonna
doesn't
pull
say
out. I'm gonna pull out.
only gay people.
Well,
This
that's why you
includes
have to
straight
go to
people,
the
too.
exact study. No. In that study, it shows how many people are straight and have it.
You're not
Watch.
okay, Renee. You're not understanding.
Watch, I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you. It's
Renee,
pretty
you're
simple.
not understanding the point. If you are homosexual, yes, you do carry a higher risk of contracting or transmitting a sexual disease. That is true. But when it comes to sexual activity, that carries a higher risk and is one of the reasons why homosexuality has such a high rate of transmission, because they often engage in that behavior, in that type of sexual activity, and that risk is the same for straight couples. That
No, it
particular-
isn't. It's
that
not even
particular
close.
activity. Yes,
Dude.
Yes,
Dude. It's
Yes.
not okay.
Yes.
So if I have sex, check this out. If I have sex with 100 women that don't have AIDS anally, do you think somehow I'm going to get AIDS if none of them had it? No,
you're
that's
missing
not
the
how
point.
it's transmitted.
You're missing
The person has
point.
to have AIDS.
I never said that they didn't.
Well, then it's not going to be the same because
If
the people
you go
that
around,
are promiscuous,
if you go around and you engage in sodomy with multiple women who you don't know their status and they may not even know,
But that would happen with vaginal sex as well.
and you engage only in sodomy type.
That would happen with vaginal sex as well.
Your rate will go way the fuck up, sir. Well, actually,
That would happen
your
with
partner's
vaginal
rates
sex
will go up
as
because
well.
you may actually end up having it, and then now you're giving it
That
to
would
them.
happen with vaginal
Renee,
sex as well, not
Renee,
anal.
what about mothers that breastfeed and their kids get AIDS from that?
Very low number.
Do you know what the number? You say you know stats.
Yeah, it's
Stats are easy
it's
to
like
understand.
it's like a 1%. Yeah,
Okay. What would you say to those people? Are they
that's
gay?
a 1%. That
Are they gay?
No,
Are the
they're
kids gay? Are the
husbands.
moms gay?
No, the husband's probably was a down low, or the dude that impregnated that woman, and then went and impregnated her. That's how generally women get AIDS, because of the down low men.
Brother, you're living in the 80s.
Yeah.
That shit.
Because like I said, let me be the first to tell you right here, right now, and I agree everything what that man just said. Sir, with all due respect, testing. There's new testing to go ahead and detect whether or not you have the condition. I'll say it like that because we on TikTok. Y'all know TikTok did not like certain language. Okay. As someone who is negative and everything like that for the condition, and I plan to keep it that way. I don't prefer to be around guys that are down low, because of the fact that they may well have that same condition, and they just want to pass it around and want to go ahead and cause people to be infected by said condition. So when you sit here and want to go and refer back to something that wasn't even saying wasn't even trying to say it was solely because of the LGBT, preferably gay men. The man, my brother was right on that one. You are referring back to the 80s because at the time, they didn't even know that they didn't even know if it came from gay men. It may have came from, like they said, sharing needles. Came from having unprotected schmecks and everything like that. Didn't matter if it was a heterosexual couple or a homosexual couple. So right then and there, your theory and what have you is warped. It's very much.
So 66% of all the people that get AIDS each year are specifically gay men.
Sir, okay.
That's true.
Show me your source. Because
it's the CDC.
No, it is true. No, that statistic is true. Yeah, okay. I mean, I can pull it up here. But again, you're talking about like, again, and I don't know if you realize this or not, but your intestinal lining is very, very thin and it's prone to tearing. Yes. This is one of the reasons that they have such high rates when they engage in that very specific type of sexual activity. If everybody was just going around giving beaches all day long, those rates would absolutely plummet because the risk is low.
That's not the point of gay sex, right? It's to do it through the butt. Now,
on the same note,
why would I want to have my son in that category ever? If I thought I would want to avoid it.
On the same note, CDC also found AIDS in hemophiliacs, people who inject drugs, blood transfusion recipients, heterosexual partners. So that's CDC saying that they found it. These are studies in the CDC. You say you listen to the CDC, so why aren't you listening to that? So they're clearly saying it's not just gays.
If you have that, no, I know it's not just gays. It's needle sharing.
22% are straight people.
I said more than just
so
gays.
A minority. So the majority of people who get AIDS do this kind of sex. That's what I'm saying. And it's a very minute people, and they have the highest rate of AIDS. That means that they are very sexually active, promiscuous, and that these tendencies I would not want my son to have. Why is that wrong?
So you think gay people just go around sleeping with other people all over?
Yes. It's not about love, it's about lust.
So can you level set and let me know what the topic and what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm not even sure how the fuck we got down this road. I really don't. I really don't remember.
We're talking about the 14th Amendment.
We went from the 14th Amendment to in the butt comments. I don't know how. I don't remember. It made sense at the time.
What is the 14th Amendment?
We can go back to it. It's not butt sex.
Birthright citizenship.
Birthright citizenship. That may have been how we got off track, guys.
I resemble that remark.
Somebody said birthright citizenship.
Birthright citizenship, right?
Yes.
I partially agree with it. I also don't agree with people like I think you guys, if you're old enough, right? You remember when they were coming on boats, landing on Florida to have their babies. Do you guys remember that?
Now say that again. What was the first part? I think I missed that first part.
So I partially agree with the 14th Amendment, but also, do you remember there was a point in history, right, when people were all coming through boats from Cuba to the U.S. to have their babies, right? And they were, and you probably seen these news stories, right? You probably saw them being apprehended right when they landed, right? Do you remember that?
Maybe like boats full of pregnant women.
I don't know if they're all pregnant, obviously, but I
know Cubans have been coming over here, from Cuba for a long time. It's been a while.
Well, in 2017, before 2017, they had a policy where Cubans, if they reach the U.S. soil, would automatically get a stay or become citizens.
You're right.
That was in the 80s?
Hey, guys, but hold on. I'm just remembering something. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to do birth tourism or something like that. To just come to this country because They've revoked a whole bunch of Chinese people's citizenship because they were doing this. That they were coming into the country just to give birth and then leave back to their country of origin.
Here's my
And
thought.
I'm pretty sure this was illegal.
The population of people who are pregnant who come to have U.S. births is so insignificant that it's not really like a big deal. I don't think that we should strike down. I do not think that we should strike down an amendment to our Constitution because it happens a few times. That's all. That's all.
No, just to the people who it happens to.
Renee, you were talking about stats.
The lift, I agree. Yeah, I think it's absurd. Yeah, I think that.
Dude, drop the gay thing. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore.
No, you were using the stats like, hey, you were saying stats like, hey, this is such a small number, insignificant. In the same sense, what he just said, the number of people coming here to have babies is so small. It's really insignificant, and you want to go with that, but you don't want to go with the other. It's kind of
it isn't.
That's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. Delph, I think that's a fair point.
I voted for Trump, but I also think that we should not be focusing on insignificant things. I don't think that we should be talking about trans people. I don't think we should be talking about, I guess, gay people. I don't think that we should be talking about people coming here to have births because you know why? It's like such a low percentage of the problem. We have a bigger problem. We should focus on that.
Yeah, I agree. That reminds me kind of how we got here, but I don't remember what Renee was talking about. He said that they're teaching LGBTQ in schools. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't remember what that was related to, but that's how we got down that pathway. Anyway, no, I agree with Lyft. It is irrelevant, although it's not an unimportant topic. Certainly not at this time.
No, it's important
not
because,
the most important thing.
Like the same thing, the same concept for people in wheelchairs, right? Yes, I understand that they're a low percentage of population.
What is important for you, according to you?
What's important for me is the economy, immigration.
The economy
things
the Iran war
that impact us in the millions, right? Yes, the Iran war, things like that is what is
the
important.
economy is the same as what it is with Joe Biden. It hasn't lifted or gone down.
Nonsense.
Oh no, it is
nonsense. It's way worse.
It is. No, it isn't.
Renee,
gas was $5.22 in 2022. That's
Renee,
what
do you know what Treasury bills are?
Renee,
do you know what Treasury bills are?
Yeah.
Do you know what's happening with the yield curve right now? And you know what that even means?
What, Mr. Economist? Because you guys got it wrong with Biden. Now tell me again.
I'm not going to tell you
that it was what was inflation? Transitional. It was going to be transitional. According to Ms. Yelkin.
Let's compare situations here. Joe Biden inherited a trash economy that came from C-19 that shut down the entire world's global trade, right? And Donald Trump, before he left, he threatened to withhold weapons because at the time Saudi Arabia was trying to commit a genocide in Yemen and they needed weaponry and we were selling it to them. So he had leverage over Saudi Arabia to cut oil production because the gas prices fell so low that it was hurting U.S. oil companies. So he wanted them to cut the production in order to boost the price of oil so that our companies could do better. So they did that. He threatened to withhold the weapons in order for them to do it, and they did it. And then when Joe Biden gets into office, right, nobody's driving still, the fucking country's still shut down. Then everybody starts driving again. And now demand spikes, but the production was cut. So now you have less oil, more demand for it, and so the price fucking spiked. That was an issue that was outside of really both parties' control, I would say, although Trump could have made different decisions that I think would have had a better impact, but whatever.
Do you think that drilling in the Gulf of Mexico wasn't a good thing?
I'm not done yet.
Because he did an executive order.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. You compare that with a war of choice. A war of choice where we went over there and started bombing the country unnecessarily that caused 20% of the global oil production to get stuck in a bottleneck. Not just that, but fertilizer too. 30% of the world's fertilizer is now shut down. Nitrates and shit are shut down. This was Donald Trump's choosing. This wasn't out of his control. He did this. So there's a huge difference between those two. And I think we need to make sure that
Yeah,
we're
no,
on the
I don't
same
agree
track
with
as
Trump
far
on
as
this
that
one.
goes.
Renee,
I don't agree with Trump
I
on
just
this
want
at all.
Renee. This is
No country should have full control to impact the global markets like they are doing, right? No country should have that. That should be a universal pathway. It should be free. It should not be controlled by one country. And Iran is using it as like a hey, oh, you don't want us to do this? Oh, we're gonna close down the Strait of Hormuz. Like they should not have the capabilities to do that. And I think that we are, limiting their capabilities to control a mandatory, functional strait that honestly helps the entire global economy and world.
So, well, let me ask you, if somebody came into the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America, whatever, if somebody came in with a ship of something, does the United States have a right to have a say over that?
Honestly, if it was I'll give you a different scenario, right? The Strait of whatever it's called, the Panama Canal, right? That's more relevant because that is more critical to imports and etc.
Actually, it's not relevant.
No. I say it's more relevant. It's more
not
relevant because yeah, it is because
no, because the Panama
controls.
Canal doesn't exist right next to the United States, but guess what exists right next to Iran?
I know, but we don't use that as a functional it doesn't impact the global economy the same way that the Panama Canal does, right? The same way that the Strait of Hormuz does, right? Those two things impact the global economy, and they should not be controlled on a whim. Oh, your country's getting attacked, and you shut it off. You should not have that ability to do that.
Okay, should that apply to everything, Lift? That one country shouldn't be able to control global anything?
No, it applies to global trade. If it impacts global trade, there should not be one country able to control it.
Well, the United States does it all the time, Lift.
Yeah,
sanctions.
How so? I gave you
sanctions.
Two of the most important
sanctions. That's global trade, bro.
Yeah, but that's
when you're sanctioning another country for no reason.
Economic policy, first of all, and also, I don't think that we've been doing it in a negative way. But also,
just let me ask you, Lift. Does the United States have a right to do something to ships that are in the Gulf of Mexico?
It depends on how far they are from the coastline, and depends on what they're doing.
Okay, well, if you look at a map, just take a look at a map.
Go look at the Strait of Hormuz. I know where the Gulf is.
Right, well, just the Strait of Hormuz runs right alongside Iran, and guess what? That entire sea lake, whatever, I don't know what it's called.
But they are impacting the global economy, dude.
All of that.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
It is the same.
I gave you a similar scenario where if there was a blockade on the Panama Canal, then I would agree with you. But there isn't one, and the reason why there isn't one is because it impacts global trade. Right? There are countries not involved in this conflict who should not be paying the price of the conflict.
Well, here's another thing, Lift. Had Donald Trump and Republicans, generally speaking, not pushed so hard against renewable energy, starting with Carter and going forward, it wouldn't impact us to the level that it is. But it is, because they did. And here we are.
I'm not going to disagree with you there, because what you're saying is true. Yes, we should have independent energy sources, and we kind of diverted funds away from it. Yeah, sure. I'll agree with you there. I'll give you that.
Yeah, so I mean, this should be a lesson learned, right? We need to get the fuck away from fossil fuels in general, because we don't control the global supply.
I know, but
to be fair, 9/11 should have been that when the Saudi did we found out that people came from Saudi Arabia.
That's true. We have to change the rhetoric from green green energy sources are a bad thing. I agree with you there.
Well,
Because
Lift, I can
provides
say
jobs.
that I don't use the climate change argument. I just don't, because I don't
It's not
find
about
it helpful.
climate change at all.
Well, yeah, but that's what Republicans think when you say green. That's literally they'll go into climate change immediately. So, I take your point,
so maybe we
and I
change
haven't
that.
engaged in that in a long time, because to my point, it was always diversifying your energy is a good thing, because you wouldn't put all your fucking stocks into one stock, one thing, and not just that, but who the fuck wants to breathe that in? Like, if you think that it's good for the country, then shut the garage door and run the car and see how long that lasts, right?
So it's not just 9/11. Don't forget Jamal Khashoggi. And Saudi Arabia.
First of all, I agree with you there, liberal. I do think that we need to start maybe come up with a new terminology for it. Instead of calling it green energy, call it independent energy or something like that.
Energy diversification.
Yeah, energy diversification. Yeah, actually, that's a great way to put it. And we stop focusing on we're going to save the planet, and we're going to create energy independently.
And that's a happy byproduct from it, is protecting the planet. That's a byproduct of
that's a byproduct, but you don't focus on that because that's not going to sell. Right?
I don't disagree, but it's sad that we can have a consensus of scientists saying that this is actually changing. We can measure these changes. We're seeing it happen right now, and yet Republicans are still like, no. So it's weird that we have to, like, you know what I mean?
The 60s.
Bro, they've been actually talking about this since the late 1800s.
Then the AOC came out 10 years ago and said that the planet was going to die in 12. I mean, I think we're still doing fine, right?
Liberal, the reason why they say that is because you have certain states, right, which their entire economy is built upon this, right? So you're telling, if you were to say, let's shift away from, pollution, right? You're also telling those states, hey, we're going to destroy your entire economy, everything that you've worked in generations of your family. We're going to delete that.
How?
And so,
explain how. Explain how.
Well, because they're generations of coal miners, dude. We have certain parts of this country where that's how they make their money.
But think about it this way, because Louisiana did this too.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Louisiana did this too, where when they found oil, they didn't diversify shit, and it was all oil all the time, right? Oklahoma, natural gas; Texas, oil, same thing. Why should everybody else suffer because somebody made a piss poor decision? If I put my entire life savings into a goddamn stock and that stock tanks the next day, should everybody be there to save me? Of course not. These are bad decisions that people made.
But you also can understand the fact that this has happened many times, right? We have had countries develop their entire economy based on oil, and then they
Venezuela, for example, or Iran.
Yeah, actually, Venezuela is a good example. Yeah, actually. So
how did Venezuela do what?
A bad choice. It's a bad decision.
They built their entire economy off of oil, and then when oil drops, their entire fucking government just kind of flip-flops. It's
true.
Yeah, nobody drives now.
Yeah, it's true.
What the fuck?
Nobody drives.
People do drive.
No, real quick. It was Bunny. You don't often come up here, so when you come up here, you did want to come up here. I assume this was on purpose.
I did.
Yeah. Did you want to jump in? Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that it's really rich for us to try and tell other countries how to run and operate, when we're quite literally the biggest threat to them. And I'm sorry, but every single time we tend to go in and think we're doing such a great job, we collapse entire economies. We collapse entire countries. We're honestly the biggest bully of them all, and sitting here trying to dictate others on how and if they can match our bully. Like, it's ridiculous. And
we do it for a good cause, right? We want to see better. We want to see the countries do better because it means increased trade, it means increased funds.
But because you find it a good cause doesn't really equate to them finding it a good cause, because when their economy is completely going under, their middle class becomes less than poor, their whole country becomes impoverished. But no, it's better for us, so it's fine.
I mean,
make it make sense. Just because it's not us, it's fine. If it hurts them,
maybe it's not altruistic reasons why we do it, but it doesn't matter. The end outcome is beneficial to everyone. To actually the people.
No, it's not though. It's not beneficial to everyone.
Well,
it's beneficial to us. Literally, just the U.S.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think 6 million Venezuelans came to the U.S.?
Renee, I've been listening to you this whole time. You're a
Why do you
fucking
think 6 million Venezuelans
I have absolutely nothing but disrespect for you. Nothing but disrespect for you.
Can you answer that? Why did 6 million Venezuelans?
Can you stop pulling up the ladder behind you? Can you start respecting
I
your own
didn't come in
people?
illegally.
Can you stop being an asshole? Can you actually, I don't know,
Bunny,
get to know the actual rules and obligations of a person? Can you actually kind of maybe...
The process that I did to come into this country, other people can take advantage of.
Most of them did that same process, and they're still being taken up. They're still
because they don't qualify.
No, they're in the same exact process as you. A lot of them actually are in court, and they're going to their court
Bunny, do you agree that...
and they're being taken from there. Like, quite literally from their appointment that you would have been gone through. No, I don't talk to ladder climbers. I'm good. Bye.
Bunny, do you agree that if we create a stronger, let's say, South America, right, that it would be beneficial to America, and that's why we want to do that, right? We want people to prosper because that prosperity will...
Did you notice, again, better for America?
Sorry, what?
So
better for us.
Like the
worse
problem
for everyone else.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The problem is that the United States fixing South America or doing whatever, it's called meddling. And every time that the United States meddles in these countries, they end up with cartels running their shit, people getting unalived on the streets or kidnapped, and then refugees coming to the United States, which then prompts Republicans who had the policies in the first place to go down there and meddle will bitch about the people that are coming here because we fucked up their country. So I don't think
you just depicted South America without no intervention.
Unless it is us paying for the problems that we caused and giving them the money that we actually owe them because we fucked up their shit. Unless it's that, we shouldn't be over there like doing stuff.
I won't disagree with you that yes, maybe we don't have a great track record, but we learn from it, and we can do better.
Thank you, Bunny.
We can do better next time, right?
Well, I wouldn't.
We learn what doesn't work. Now we know what works.
Right. So going to Venezuela, kidnapping their president, taking over their oil that we now control, embargoing Cuba, clearly, Lift, we have not learned our lesson.
Well, I think we have, right? We didn't go in there and create a banana republic. What we did is we eliminated a dictator, and we got out. That's it. We put our hands off. And also, by the way, that new president, that woman who's in presidency right now, is working with us. She released a shitload of...
There it is.
No, she released
No, there it is.
lot.
And now she's working with us. So to you,
now they're going to be a more
country is
prosperous
working
country
with us, then it's good no matter what's going on.
Dude, but we had 6 million Venezuelans already flee to the USA.
That's Western exceptionalism.
No.
I'm so sick of it.
Dude, if we receive 6 million people from one country, we might as well just take them over.
No.
And that's colonialism.
We do not take
and that's
them over.
what we do.
What? They're already coming to this country. Might as well.
Look, Lift, if you're just going to go and topple and kidnap their dictator, make up bozo fucking claims about the person, arrest them in their own country based on U.S. law, Every time that they get out of line, you essentially run the country anyway. This is why we've been sanctioning Cuba.
We left their governmental structure in place, right? We're letting them run things the way that they run things, but now with a little bit of freedom,
What freedom? What freedom?
Dude, we're letting that lady run her own country, right? We're letting her do it. She's also freeing up. She's freeing up dissenters. She's freeing up people who've been in jail for way too long for things that they should not have been in jail for.
Just stop and listen to what you're saying, Lift.
Yeah,
like whatever is good for the United States must be good for somebody else. If they can operate in a way that's helpful to us by doing what we tell them to do, they're good. Just like Saudi Arabia, who literally executes people with, by beheadings, right? But as long as they work with us, it's totally fine. Doesn't matter what they do. Doesn't matter what level of dictator shit that they do. As long as they are good with us, we're good with them. What is this?
I think it's dude. Look. You're not going to get a perfect egg every time you open a box of eggs, right? It's not always going to be perfect, but we can do our best to try to steer the ship in the right direction, and I think that's what we're doing, dude. To be honest,
for ourselves, not for them, for ourselves.
No, well, it doesn't need to be altruistic. It does not need to.
It does need to be.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does need to be beneficial to the people of the country in which we are fucking with. Yes, it has to be.
Sure, yes, and that is a byproduct of doing what we're doing, right? A byproduct.
Look at the United States. Look at the United States. Most people cannot even barely get by. Is this what's good for them? Where they can't afford health care?
Dude,
is that what's good for them?
Here's what I think, right? And you're gonna hard disagree with me here, but I think Americans are lazy, right? They have so many pathways to not face that hardship. They have so many pathways. They have free college. They have free everything.
Where's free college?
If you go to community college, it's basically
it's not free.
Actually,
I can't go to a community college for free.
Dude, I got paid to go to community college,
through a company.
No, not through a company, dude. I just went to college, it was free.
So you just applied, and they were like, "Oh, you don't owe us anything."
No, I actually got paid. I got money. I got extra
who paid
money.
You?
The state.
The state paid you. Through what program? What was the program called?
No, Bell Grant.
The Pell Grant?
Pell Grant, yeah.
Yeah, the Pell Grant. So you have to be poor, right?
Okay.
And it's actually not eligible for everybody. So it's not free.
Yeah, but the point that I'm trying to make overall, dude, is that there are options for people to get education, and people do not want to take it, right?
There are some options for some people to get some education.
No. If you're the lowest of the low and you're poor, right? If you're very poor, there are free options to go to college, to get educated, to get a job that pays way more than you could ever imagine. And people don't take that option because you know why? Because it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. And people don't like doing hard things. But you know what?
Pell Grants can't be obtained by everybody. Right?
No. It depends on your state. Sure.
No. Pell Grants aren't eligible for everybody. And you can make just enough money to not be eligible for it, but still not be able to afford it. Yes?
Bro, I grew up in a pretty decent household, and I qualified for it. So, I'm not sure. I think people at my level...
There's an income cap. There's a financial threshold with which you are not eligible to get a Pell Grant.
Okay, but if you're not making that much money, if you're in the thresholds of
and
poverty,
how old were you?
You couldn't do it. How old was I?
Mm-hmm.
I was probably 20 years ago, or actually not 20 years ago.
So when you were
15 years ago.
you just graduated high school.
A little bit after that, but somewhere around there. Yeah, probably around 20.
You still had to use your parents' income. Yes?
No, I didn't. Actually, if I used my parents' income, I wouldn't have qualified if I used my parents' income.
How old were you?
About 23.
You said that was 20 years ago? Because they've actually made it harder now to get Pell Grants.
14 years ago.
For the record. They've made it harder to get Pell Grants since then.
But I think we're diverting from the point where there are options, right? Maybe it's the rules have changed a little bit.
You said that free education, you free college. And I asked you what free college.
Community college
to some
is
people,
free, dude.
To some people.
Community
not all people.
college.
To some people. To some people.
No.
Some people. Not to everybody.
Community college.
It is a fact.
College.
What I'm saying, it is available to some people, not all people.
Okay, but the point remains that like people don't go down that road because it's hard, because they have to learn, because like dude, if they went down that road, going to college, dude,
is hard.
Yeah.
When you're a kid and you have no responsibilities. That's hard.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, you said it's hard.
Yeah, it is.
It was hard for you as a child to go to college right after high school.
Well, not for me because I'm kind of smart, but like, for other people it was.
So you think that people don't go to college because they're not smart?
No, I think they don't want I think they're not capable of I think that they don't want to do something that is hard. Yeah.
Liberal, can I jump in?
Sure.
Right. Sir, would you like to know how much it's going to cost me to finish my master's degree?
That's master's. That's not...
Well,
right.
that is a little different.
No. So, right, there's a reason I brought this up, right? Because even in finishing my bachelor's degree, I still have to pay for it, right? And I have 4 kids, right? There are 6 of us in my family, and we still make too much for me to qualify for a Pell Grant. And by the way, we don't make that much. We are not anywhere close to that, top 1% threshold. This information is absolutely wild. And it has nothing to do with, it is absolutely wild. And I'm going to explain why. And I'm sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours, right? So here's what it comes down to, right? You were afforded an opportunity. Not everybody is afforded the same opportunity in this country, which is where part of the problem comes in, right? Is you're taking your experience and the opportunity you were afforded, and you are applying that to the entire 300 million people that are in this country, which is wild. You are one, sir.
I understand that. That I'm
so
one,
we cannot apply your experiences based on where you lived, the family in which you grew up in, the community in which you lived in, and everything else, and apply it to everybody else. Not to mention that you have your own genetics that are going to also influence how your environment interacts and how you interact with your environment.
There are hundreds of millions of people also in the same position that can also take benefit from the same opportunities. And they don't. They don't because it's hard.
It's not because it's hard. It's because it costs a lot, and there's not necessarily a benefit when you consider the cost of going to college versus what you will make at this point in time.
You understand that if you get a college degree, like your income, will be substantially higher than if you did not go to college, right? You understand?
Right, which is why I'm in my master's program, right? Because I'm looking at making a substantial amount more. But the reason I actually went into the master's program is not because of how much more I can make, right? It's to give back. It's to provide a needed service.
But people don't have to be altruistic like you are. But
what I'm telling you is, it is going to cost me, right? It is going to cost me, by the time I am done with my master's program, it is going to cost me approximately $87,000.
Okay. All right. And you'll be making way more enough to pay for that. All right. So maybe you need to look into that again.
right?
Okay,
because
so-
if I were to get a master's in education, I would not be making way more to pay that back.
Look, I'm up here. I'm not the smartest guy. I'm probably the top 15% smartest people. But you know, I did this thing, right? I went to community college, right? It was paid for the state, which people also can do, not just me.
Actually, your Pell Grant is by the federal government.
And if you have personal skills, you know,
Right.
I came out of there, you know, coming from making, I don't even know, working as a delivery driver to making $160,000 a year.
Okay, so
you can do this.
This conversation,
real quick.
hold on.
Oh,
This
sorry.
conversation stemmed from us talking about us going in and taking over somebody's country or their president or whatever, because that the new one that we would have in place would work with us. And then Lift and Shift said that there's a lot of opportunities here in this country, because I said, what do they get? And he said free education. And we know that education in this country is not free. But let me pull up something about Venezuela. This is their constitution, Lift. Right here, Article 3. The essential purposes of the state are the protection and development of the individual and respect for the dignity of the individual, the democratic exercise of the will of the people, the building of a just and peace-loving society, the furtherance of the prosperity and welfare of the people, and the guaranteeing of the fulfillment of the principles, rights, and duties established in this Constitution. Education and work are the fundamental processes for guaranteeing these purposes. You can get free education, college education in Venezuela.
Have you spoken to a Venezuelan?
You
think
get
that's
free college education in Venezuela, and you do not get it in the United States. So again, I ask, what is it that we're bringing these people?
Have you spoken to a Venezuelan? Do you think that just because it's written on their constitution that's how it's actually done?
Well, clearly, because it's written in the Constitution that if you're born on U.S. soil, you are a citizen. But Donald Trump is saying, no. Well, you don't believe what you read in the Constitution. Believe what I say. So, I mean, fair point. But again, you have free colleges in Venezuela. That was the thing that you brought up, that we'd be bringing them. Yet they already have it, and we don't.
It's different. It's different because you have
it's different?
here. Yeah, dude, it's so different, dude.
How?
I'm not even sure why you brought that up because, if you ever spoken to a Venezuelan person from Venezuela, you understand that they can't even afford fucking rice and shit on a weekly.
I wonder, though, can I pop in?
Sure, Corbin. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey, how are you, liberal? I'm just curious, Lift and Shift. You know, the Venezuela has been under U.S. sanctions for, a couple decades now, right? So it's interesting to me that we sanction these countries, right? Whether it's Cuba, Venezuela, blah, 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 blah. We put these massive sanctions to try to destroy them economically. And then one of our arguments about why we need to sort of take over their countries is that they're failing economically. I find it to be one of the most asinine circular logics that I've ever seen. You know, we use these economic weapons to destroy societies, to try to, take their oil. And literally, what's wonderful about Donald Trump is that we're over the games now. He just says, we want their oil. We want their this. We want their that. Whether it's Greenland or Iran or Venezuela or whomever, we want their stuff and we're going to take it because we have more strength than them. And then we say, well, these places are failing. Look at them. They're failing as we're, it's like saying, my goodness, the universities in Iran are on fire, but we just shot a Tomahawk missile into them. So that could be the cause of it, not the lack of,
Sure, I won't disagree with you, but it does give us a premise to go on. So whatever.
Wait, what gives us a premise to go in?
If you enact sanctions to fail their economy, then the government kind of collapses, or we yank them out, and then we can go in with a reason for fixing their economy. Sure, I'm sure. Yes, there is a little bit of.
Well, we brought this up earlier when you were talking about fixing the South American countries, and I'm like, yeah, well, we're the ones that went in there and fucked their shit up, and then turn around and bitch when refugees.
You burn down a house and say, "Don't worry, guys, we're going to come fix it." I mean, that's like
Right.
The arsonists are also the home builders and the fire department.
Matter of fact, there's an interesting story. One of the most
thing.
prolific arsonists was a firefighter. Matter of fact, I think he was like a forensic investigator. He was setting his own shit and then going around. It's like, oh, I know how he did it. This is how he did it. It's like, bro, you're the one that did it. Took him years to find this guy.
Thing.
Anyway,
if you put ethics aside for a second, right? Yes, if you burn down a house, people have to build it, right? So that's the same thing for you extrapolate it to a country scale. Yeah, you know, and there's one country that can help you rebuild, even if they burn it down.
Is that China? Who is that?
I'm not saying
Which
saying it's ethical. I'm not saying it's ethical. I understand that it's unethical. I'll agree with you there. But like, you know, whatever, dude, it gives Americans jobs. You know,
what does it do for America? What does it do for America?
We get to steal their resources. We get to steal their resources.
No. We make deals with the country to obtain their resources. Let's put it that way.
Sounds a little bit like the mafia. They used to do that too. It's called the protection racket, right? They're like, we're going to make a deal with you for $1,000 a week. Your place will not catch on fire. We promise you that.
Yeah, we won't set your place on fire. And let's be honest, no trade negotiation can be legitimate if it was done under duress.
Well, then
contracts aren't valid in the U.S. if done under duress, for the record.
I'm aware. But still, the point remains that it does help the economy, period, by doing things like this. I'm not saying this is ethical. I'm not saying this ethical. Okay, I agree with you there. I understand that there's some unethical things that have been done to get to this point. But like, still, I don't know. I'm gonna, I'm tilting my head because, I think it does overall help America at the end of the day, right?
But shouldn't it be helping the people that we are hurting?
Look, overall, here's the end goal, right? If people prosper, it will benefit the U.S. because there will be more flowing money and more trade and more of all that, right? That at the base level, can we agree on that?
Yeah, as long as they comply, we might throw them a bone.
No, forget the complying part. Just at a base level, if people have more money, they spend more money. More imports, more exports, blah, blah. It will help the global economy, period. Can we agree on that base level?
I don't know. You'd have to give me a specific, because not everything that we do is good for other people.
I'm not saying what we do, dude. I'm just saying, like, if people have more money, they spend more money. I know, but I'm trying to break it down to the most...
Who gives a shit about money? Who gives a shit about money?
I mean, I don't know. You kind of care about about money a little bit.
That's capitalism. Capitalism is ruining everything.
Bro, the reason why I disagree with you is because, dude, I grew up like broke as fuck, and like now I am not broke as fuck anymore. Okay. And this country afforded me the opportunity to even get there.
No, you did. You afforded yourself that opportunity. Right?
Yes.
The country didn't do a fucking thing for you. And in fact, you'd probably be doing a lot better off if you didn't have these companies that run shit fucking you every chance that you get. See, you didn't get fucked in the way other people get fucked. And that you got lucky that you didn't happen to get fucked in a way that kept you from doing what it was that you did for yourself. Other people get fucked outside of their control, right? From the moment that they're born, they lose the vagina lottery.
Well, then also, like, lift and shift ended up in the, top 10% of income earners, right? And the assessment that I'm hearing from you, Lift, is that basically then the people that are not at your income level didn't work hard enough, didn't do this, didn't make the right decisions, that basically everybody that's not in the top 10%, it's due to some personal failure. And that's where I really start to disagree. I mean, if you have a system that's divided into deciles, then and everybody makes the right decision, there's still going to be people at the bottom 10, right? The question is, how low does it go? And right now, the bottom goes real fucking low, right? The bottom is really, really, really bad. It's like less than $10,000 a year.
Okay, if they make $1,000 a year, bro, you should be working harder, to be honest, because you can work at McDonald's and make $32,000 a year. Like,
no, I said 10,000 a year, but
yeah, disabled people, they can wheel themselves back there and throw fries and shit and make $32,000 a year. Yeah.
Dude, that's why we have Medicaid, Medicare, right? To care for those.
But y'all
people
bitch about that too. Republicans bitch about that too. Seriously.
Yeah, but not. Yeah, but because, dude, I know this is gonna sound anecdotal, and it probably is, but like, I know a family who there's a 34-year-old who never worked a job in her entire life, and they live off the benefits from their disabled mom, like annually. And like, do they live in a good place? No, it's a shithole. But there are people like this, and they should not be like that. There should not be an avenue for people to do this.
I know a dude who's about to be a trillionaire that made most of his money utilizing American resources.
I told you before I said it. I know it's anecdotal.
Right,
I understand that it might be one scenario, but like, it's in a city, and I'm sure that their neighbors are probably in the same situation. There are people who do this. There are people who cheat the system.
Yeah, they are. And most of them are worth billions of dollars.
Yeah,
like one guy, for example, you may have heard of him, Jeff Bezos. He got tax abatements, no tax on any of his sales for a decade. For a decade, we didn't tax the sales on there. It destroyed entire industries in local communities. Same thing happened with the Waltons. You ever heard of those? You want to talk about the kids that absorb money from their parents? Not their disability checks living in shitholes. We're talking about the Walton kids that took Sam Walton's fucking money and rallied it into a shit ton of money for them. And what do they do for it? They fuck you and me over. That's what they do for it.
First of all, the Waltons actually protested against Trump, so I'm not sure that you should use that as an example.
I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about what they've done to extract value from communities. It's an extractive concept. I'm subsidizing. My taxes are subsidizing their employees. I'm paying for the Medicare and health care for their employees instead of the billionaires paying for it. Doesn't make sense. Same thing with Elon Musk. SpaceX, guess what? $20 billion in contracts from the federal government. How about the Tesla, the world's most valuable car company? Guess what? $500 million loan to keep that thing afloat. Like, these guys get handouts that you're worried about the people living in a shithole because they're running off with $1,600 a month disability check. I'm worried about the guy who's about to be a trillionaire buying up our fucking democracy using the shit that my grandpa and his granddad and his dad built over the course of the last century. All the roads, the bridges, the pipelines, the internet, all this shit that we built, they're just taking it. And
let me humor you for a minute. First of all,
can I jump in real quick?
Yeah. Well, let's let Lyft respond to that, and then we can get around.
Let me humor you, Corbin, because first of all, I do think that we should be paying more taxes. I think everybody should be paying more taxes. I do think that, yes, everyone should be paying more taxes. I don't care if you're middle class. I don't care if you're lower class. People in general should be paying more in taxes. We can afford more things like what you're explaining, right? Like things like healthcare. We can do a lot more, but we're not paying enough to afford those things. And people, every president, every politician, they always run on, hey, let's lower taxes. And that's great, it might get you elected, but it won't fix the problem. The problem is that we actually need to increase taxes across the board, period. Right? And like you said, right, Jeff Bezos, right? Yeah, he should be paying more taxes, but so should the person living in that shithole. They should also be paying more in taxes. Everybody needs to pay more in taxes, and we would be way better off as a country. And I hate how people disagree and they say, oh, you're crazy. Oh, Oh, the top, like people just hardcore disagree with this concept of paying more taxes. I don't understand why, because I don't give a fuck. I'll pay more taxes. I don't care. But like,
you ever seen rock juice lift?
No, I haven't.
Me either. You can squeeze a rock all day long. You ain't gonna get any fucking juice out of it, man. Some of us can't pay more in taxes, bro.
Well, but also the other thing, liberal, is like these the people he's talking about that live in a shithole. They pay sales tax. They pay.
That's right.
They pay lots of taxes.
Your car every year, that's tax.
They have a net benefit from the system. They are not contributing whatsoever, dude. And
yes, they are. Economic activity. What do you mean? Everything that they buy generates economic activity. Like food stamps, for example, has a positive economic activity. So for like every dollar in food stamps that somebody spends, it generates something like $1.37 or something, 37 additional cents in economic activity. Because somebody has to replace the product.
Not enough. Needs to be
the point
more.
is that, think about it. If every dollar that you get, you turn around and you have to spend and give to somebody else, all of that ends up flowing up to the people who are paying the least amount in terms of like percentages of their fucking income in taxes. And then these bitches they'll take loans against their assets. A fucking 2% loan on their stock portfolio or whatever, pay zero taxes on that loan, live off of that, high on the fucking hog, getting whatever yachts and shit that they want, and never pay a fucking dime. That's how they get away with it. So if you want to talk about taxes, every fucking thing every time I fart, I get taxed on it. Fart tax. They're going to fucking methane fuel tax. I'm sure we're going to have to be putting forward someday. They should be taxing those loans. They tax those loans. You tax them fucking dividend checks. You tax every fucking thing that these people have been using to live high on the hog while avoiding taxes. That's crazy.
Look, I won't disagree with you on that because overall, I believe that people need to pay more taxes. But you also are neglecting to realize that we have. If you look at the population distribution, right, the top 1% is few people, very few people. Now, if you look at the middle class, right, massive population, you tax them. You increase their taxes by what, 3%, 5%? It will bring in massive revenue to our state.
No, it won't.
Can I say something now?
No, it won't, because the top 1% own an absolutely extraordinarily high amount of the percentage of total wealth in this country compared to the bottom, like 90%.
I got something to say.
Here's the thing. I looked this up, right? I did research. I did a lot of research, actually. And I looked up what you're saying, right? I looked up, hey, let's tax the top 1% 100%. Let's say all their annual income is taxed, right?
You don't need to do that.
Let's say, no, I know we don't. But like, also, let's say we tax their yachts, or we tax their boats, we do all that. It still would not be enough to cover things that we want to cover. So what I'm saying is that, basically, it's not a solution. It's not a solution. And the solution
1%
is the middle class.
Of the population, I'm looking at Fred here, owns 31%, over 31% of total wealth in the country.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, what's up, Anime?
What do you say about what do you say about disabled people? How can a disabled person pay more taxes when most people like me are in the poverty line? We live on our tax check. When you say that we should pay more taxes, no, we should not pay more taxes. Most of us most of people who are on disability and on Medicaid and all that stuff, that we live through the poverty line and we live on like Section 8, all this. How in the fuck are you going to say that when that someone who has no income, no base of income, pay taxes? It's the fact that when you're saying that you middle class. I know people who are in middle class and they are poor than shit. What you said about everything you said is misinformation.
No, it's not. No, it's actually, dude, I got first of all, I got this even.
What would you say that you're talking about someone's mom that they live off their disabled mom? Maybe,
bro, if you can't live off of $1,500, you can't live off $1,300.
Stop.
It's
stop.
not.
I'm done.
Okay, well, you asked him a question and then you wanted him to stop answering?
No, I just want to know what does that have to do with taxes on that?
Okay, well, I'm not sure. But
Can I pop in on the tax thing?
Sure, Corbin.
If you can't live off $1,500 a month, then and now it drops down to, let's say, $1,400 a month because you're paying more in taxes, then maybe you should get a fucking new job. Maybe you should leave your job.
That's a theory.
Wait. You think that people should be able to exist
a person with disability should get a job? You know that.
Okay, You're saying that people should be able to survive off of $1,500 a month? Is that what you just said, Lift?
No, I'm saying if they were living off $1,500 a month, right, then they should be okay living off $1,400 a month. And
some people live off $2 a day. Can they do it with $1? $1.50?
Who the fuck are you talking about? What country are you talking about? Because it's not this one.
What if they get an unexpected charge for something like a car breaks down? What happens now?
Yeah. Or the utility breaks down or something.
Then you deal with it.
You're getting kind of mumbly there.
You can't talk.
So Lift, I'll
respond to that after?
Lift, I'll ask you this. I hope you care where your money goes because we don't know where the money goes, and that's a big problem.
Here's the thing: you're neglecting to acknowledge the fact that because you pay more, because you have a little bit less, you get more. You get fucking healthcare. You get a bunch of other shit, right? But you guys are so antagonistic to the fact that I have to pay more. I don't want
Let's not get emotional.
Get over it. Get over it. If you can't afford it.
Hey, listen, the 1% already pay about 40% of the taxes. I mean, they're doing pretty good on that fact. But when you ask me to trust the IRS, who's had more fraud than any other company in the history of the world, where they go, hey, where are all these trillions of dollars? And they go, we don't know. No one gets arrested. I'm sorry, man. I'm just not going to trust them. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hey,
now, real quick, we had two people. Who was that was just speaking?
I think I was Born Rich.
Born. Okay, you've been up here for a minute. Yeah. Well, Corbin wanted to jump in there. APAC wants to jump in there, but Born hasn't spoken yet. Let me go to Born, and then we can get to the other two. Go ahead, Born.
And I just got here.
Yeah. Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, so this is actually a very timely conversation because my accountant called me about an hour ago, and I'm going to go over later and pick up my my tax forms, and I have to write a couple of checks. And you know what? I actually don't mind doing it because, frankly, I'm very fortunate. My wife and I have had really good jobs, and I don't get any benefit from it. I don't get child tax credits. I didn't get any type of, C-19 checks. I got none of that stuff. But as my father always said, that's a high-class problem. Okay?
I'm sensing that.
It's the Americans. Look, we have to help people who have not had the fortunate existence that maybe we may have had. And that's just the way it is. And I do believe that the top 1% need to pay more taxes. I was in banking. Let me finish. I was in banking for 31 years in New York City. I worked at Bank of America. I worked at JP Morgan. I worked at Deutsche Bank. I met billionaires. Okay. I once sat on a plane where a guy was talking about his daughter's $460,000 wedding at Yasna Polana, which is a TPC course in Princeton.
Crazy.
These guys would not feel any pain if they paid more taxes. His daughter would still have that $500,000 wedding.
That's right.
Okay. So anybody who is basically arguing this case on this panel of 4 billionaires, they don't really care about you. They don't know that you exist.
But the money doesn't go to us.
I'm not arguing for billionaires.
Yeah.
I'm arguing
the money
for
goes to teaching dolphins how to do backflips and teaching.
No.
I mean, it goes everywhere.
Listen, we need more dolphins to know how to do backflips.
I want to know where my money's going.
But that is a priority. I'd rather pay for dolphins to learn how to do backflips than to pay for a Tomahawk missile to unalive 160 plus little girls
I agree
in a country.
there, but also like we need to pay more taxes. People have been too comfortable with paying low taxes because every politician runs on it, and I'm tired of it, dude. I'm tired of it. Like I will
feel like you're trolling.
I will be the first on like panelists who will say I will pay more taxes. I'm okay with it, but everybody else needs to do it. Like everybody else also needs to do it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
Corbin. Okay, Corbin.
They keep raising the tax, but not the minimum per
Okay,
hour.
real quick. I'm going to bring in a timer so we can get around the room. Corbin, APAC, and then I'm not sure if I think Get Outside got here before Holly. So let's do it in that way. Go ahead, Corbin. I'll
I was just going to sort of pick up off what you were talking about as far as the income earners. Like the top 20%, as far as income earners, it's somewhere around 55, 60%. It's between 50 and 60% of the income in the United States, right? And then when you look at wealth, it's even worse. It's like 70%, somewhere around there. So, obviously those people are indeed the tax base, right? Because they have all the income, or most of the income, and most of the wealth. So the problem is that we're not able to get at their wealth. But I think, the other problem, like you were saying here, Lift and Shift, that we need to have more taxes so that we can do more things, provide more services, things like that. But that's one of the places where I start to wonder, like with healthcare, we're already spending $6 trillion a year. I'm not sure $7 trillion a year is really going to fix it. I think the problem, as liberal likes to talk about a lot, is that the system itself, right? This system that we have, the underlying system, is not functional in healthcare because it's nonprofits and private industries that own all of our healthcare. If you go back to the 80s, when states and cities and counties and the federal government owned a lot of the actual delivery, the hospitals, the clinics, and did a lot of that, what you found was that healthcare was more affordable. It actually cost less based on what you made. Why? Because the state, the counties, and the cities were able to compete with private industry on things like making healthcare affordable. And we knew what it cost to do a quadruple bypass because we did 4 of them last week or whatever the case may be. And it's the same when you start looking at other industries. The problem is that you've got this collapsed system of capitalism that does not have competition anymore.
That's right, Corbin. Well said. Yep. APAC, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, so one of the biggest problems I'm seeing is that, right, we have $8 trillion in post 9/11 wars, right? So $8 trillion. What do we get out of that? We have a Pentagon that can't pass an audit, can't account for roughly over like $2 trillion in assets. So that's a big problem. So, I mean, I think we have the money. We definitely have the money. We're raising enough money.
Why you can't do an audit. And I tried to do an audit.
Hold on, Lift. He's still got time. Go ahead, APAC, if you want to finish.
Yeah. So, and I'll close with this. So, I think a lot of the frustration is that people are not seeing the benefit. So, politicians run on promises over and over and over again. And it's the same cyclical promises over and over. For both Democrats and Republicans promising the same thing. But where's the benefit for them? Where's the relief? And in many cases, I understand the argument, and I'm sympathetic to the argument. Hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But if you're a taxpayer, and you're not seeing that benefit, and that money is going to waste, and then I think it's kind of like our fiduciary duty to just say, hey, look, why don't we just earmark that money for social welfare programs, which are actually going to help lift people up as opposed to it being wasted overseas.
That's right.
The reason why you can't audit.
Well, hold on, Lift. Hold on, Lift. I got to get around the room. There's people that haven't spoken for a minute, so I'll get back to you. I promise. Get Outside. Go ahead, and then we're going to go Holly after Get Outside. Go ahead, man. Outside.
Here's the thing. It's the way everything is implemented, right? And here's a couple of examples. You can call them anecdotal or not. Most people wouldn't mind paying more in taxes, but here's the problem. So I make 6 figures. I pay more in taxes, But the way we implement it here is, well, I still have to pay for my child's college education. I still have to pay for health care. I still have to do for all of that. And now you're taking 60% of my money, and I still got to provide everything else. Why would I want to do that? And just real quick, here's the examples. Two different, when I was in the military, we literally went in and redid a whole building and then turned around and they tore it down. So I asked the question, why in the hell did we do that? Well, we had $2 million left over in our budget and we had to spend it. Or else next year we lose that $2 million. I knew a girl that was offered a management position at a fast food restaurant. And this was several years ago. And this really stuck in my head. And she turned them down. They're like, well, don't you want the betterment? She said, well, I do, but I'll make $100 more than what I'm supposed to. So I will lose everything. And therefore I can't do it because that $100 don't pay for everything that I lose. So why not take this as an example? If you need $1,800 to live on, but you can make $1,500, we'll give you $300 instead of saying, well, you can only make $1,000 and we'll just pay for everything else.
I think I understand the point you're making, but
you see what I'm saying? I mean, you've got all kinds of people. Can I have just a few more seconds then, and I'll clear it up. If you can make $1,500, okay, I can go out and work and I make $1,500, but I need $2,000. Mm-hmm. Okay, well then I wouldn't have a problem with the government giving you $500. But the problem is the government will set a level and say, well, you can't make one penny over $1,000.
Right.
So if you make $1,100, but you need $2,000, well, fuck you, we ain't giving you a damn thing.
Well, how about this? How about not live towards the poverty line, and how about do better for yourself?
Oh my God, are you?
But not everybody can.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm a conservative, and I understand that.
Yeah. No, I Lyft. Holly, go ahead.
Okay, so this is going to be partly directed at Lyft. That comment and what you said earlier to that disabled man is some of the most disgusting shit I've ever heard, because there are disabled people that are struggling to barely eat, and to say that they should go out and get a better job, unfortunately you pick somebody that is their job and watches them suffer to get something as simple as a handicapped toilet. They're not capable of working, but yet still try to get jobs on a daily basis. I don't give a flying fuck about the top 1%. It's the corporations. They only pay billions of dollars into our federal, oh my God, I'm so aggravated right now. Us citizens pay in trillion. It's the corporations, not the top 1%, that's the problem, right? So they have all sorts of tax breaks, and they only pay billions of dollars into the economy. But you think people like, say, in a $50,000 bracket should go out and get 3 jobs? So assholes who don't want to give any kind of benefits or insurance through their little corporations should make more money, and the handicapped people and the people in the lower income brackets are just lazy because they don't have as much money. It's quite out of touch, disgusting, and I wish you would find that disabled man and apologize to him, because that was absolutely filthy what you said to him. Absolutely, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Look, dude, I did not know he was disabled. I treated him like anyone else.
He came right up and said, disabled people, and you turned around and said you should earn more money. Spare me.
I didn't hear that part, okay?
I'm sure you didn't, because you were too busy listening to your own stupid mouth be disrespectful to people who aren't wealthy or who are disabled. That was really disgusting.
Okay,
You're here attacking me, acting like I'm some sort of antagonistic. Well, maybe
you're antagonistic and rude.
Here, this is Lyft's timer. Go ahead, Lyft.
I'm looking out for you. I'm looking out for the people.
You're looking out for me. You don't pay my bills.
Yeah, look, you don't see it because you disagree with me, because maybe you don't like me. That's fine. But like, I'm looking out for you, all of you, at the end of the day. Because
you're not. You're not.
Can you shut up? I have my timer.
Don't talk to me like that.
I'm looking out for you guys, because first, I think that you guys are capable of making more money. Second of all, I'm also advocating for fucking higher taxes. Hello, to pay for these people who can't do it, and like you're out here attacking me, acting like I don't want that. Like, yes, I understand people fall through the cracks. I understand that, and I understand that there needs to be a way to pay for it. We are not finding a way to pay for it, right? And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we always have money for war. That's never a problem, is it? Or going over to somebody else's country and kidnapping their president. There's money for that. We can steal their oil. That's totally fine. You guys are okay with that. We can unalive people in the middle of the ocean, yet when it comes to Iran, they're not allowed to protect their own borders and the ocean that exists right next to them. You said this earlier. So there's all these contradictions and double standards that you have, Liv. And you want to like charge us more for taxes that we can't even afford with the money that we have, and you want to take more of our money?
You can't afford it, then
people can't afford it, and they're having to. They may get a refund check at the end of the year, and that may be the only way that they're able to fucking fix their car or get a car at the beginning. And you're wanting to take more from them from that, and you guys, your entire party. For the last
I think he's
fucking 20 years, the guys for the last 20 years, well, I know lift and shift. He's not a troll. For the last 20 years, you guys have been bitching about anybody asking rich people to pay more in taxes, and now you're like, tax everybody more. Why? What the fuck? How about instead of that, we stop allowing the fewest number of people accumulate the most amount of wealth? When 1% of your population has 30% of the entire country's wealth, there's a problem with that. That is problematic, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop.
It's actually a lot more than that, actually, but I need to interject, so much, please.
Who is that?
Can I interject?
Drew.
Yeah, after him, I interject.
Drew? Yeah, okay, so we've got Drew, Leanne, and then Anime. Yeah. So, Drew, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start with, first of all, after the New Deal, the top 1% were charged 90% in taxes on their capital gains. That means every dollar they made, they only got to keep 10 cents. Now, when I'm going to tell you that when money of that amount gets sat on like the rich do, they don't trickle it down, they sit on it, or put it in the Caymans so they can live off the interest, and the economy starves. Now, with that said, the end of the day, after the New Deal was put in place, we had the largest middle class that ever existed, and we were able to pay for things. If you didn't have to pay for your medical insurance each week out of your paycheck, that is more or less a tax, you would be getting about another 20% in your paycheck every week. Another thing, if you also, the more people that are poor, the higher the crime rate is. So the more that you keep money at the top and don't pay a progressive tax policy, I'm going to land this in a moment. I'm going to run a little over. What ends up happening is you end up having people doing whatever it takes to make ends meet. When they can't make ends meet any other way, they're going to do what it takes when their back is up against the wall. The reality is, you have with the technology that's coming and the fact that the big businesses have put most of our factory jobs overseas, we are not able to support poor people with jobs that are meaningful. And any job that does not pay a living wage should not be allowed to exist, period.
That's right. Yep. And then Leanne, go ahead. You are muted.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So can I ask one clarifying question real quick Lift's not there, but I'm taking it as he thinks like trickle-down economy actually works, right? So would it, and we've already touched on how the more poor people there are, the more crime rate's going to go up and things of that nature. Wouldn't these people that protect these billionaires, think that if we tax the billionaires, they would have a better ROI because all the people would have like health care and things like that and probably be more productive anyway.
And they'd have more money to spend in the economy and have it trickle up.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand how to get across to these people that, like you said a second ago, Lib, like one year they're don't tax anybody, don't raise the taxes, and then all of a sudden now that whoever they're following says different, they just switch sides, flip-flopping around.
Yep. That's what they do. You got 20 seconds left. Do you need it?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
And this is how they exist in real life, guys. I put the picture of them
It
up
is.
here.
And I just can't figure out, like, none of us can figure out how to get across to these crazy people, man.
Yep. Now, anime, you're the
You
last
have to be a
person.
sociopath to be that rich.
Yeah, I got something to say.
Yeah, 90 seconds to you. Go ahead.
It's based on, remember, this is based on the 80s. Remember Reaganomics? This goes based off Reaganomics. So, more and more you put the natural debt into the economy, more the people are poor. And reason why people are live through the poverty line and all that is because more and more these people are rich. More and more they 1%. Reason why they want to tax people is because they want to make a lot more money than you think they do. It's basically Reaganomics on steroids times one. Trump ran off basically the Harris Foundation. We know all about Harris Foundation, and it's all Reagan's people from Reagan's administration. It's the fact that this whole MAGA people, they don't care about anybody except for their leader. It's basically they're in a cult, and all they care is they watch probably Fox News and only watch Fox News, and it's only for their entertainment. These people who are in MAGA, they don't care about us. They don't care about the poverty line. They don't care about what's going on with the world. It's basically war fuels inflation. It's based on tariffs. We pay tariffs, pay everything. It's also network growth and inflation and tariffs and Brady corporations.
Yep, and then they have to pretzel themselves because, you know, they exist in a world of La La Land fucking Twilight Zone shit. Really, it's getting old and tired. But, you know, Democrats do some of this shit too. I see some of them contradicting themselves and, you know, just making bad arguments as well. We need to stop looking at ourselves as parties and start doing what's best for everybody, which is not what we're doing right now. This whole system is set up to fuck us. And we got to change that.
Well, the system's been broke for many years.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it, like what Drew was saying was right. You know, the 90% top marginal tax rate, they weren't actually taking 90% of their money. The companies just weren't paying them. And that was the point. It disincentivizes that. Right? So the company keeps that money.
Capital gains. It's capital gains. So basically 90% of everything they earn gets taxed, basically.
Well, that was personal. That was personal.
That was
income.
personal.
Right.
Yep.
And so they the companies wouldn't pay these ridiculous amounts of money to their CEOs and executives because it would get the fuck tax out of it. So the business kept it. They kept it, and they used that to boost wages among the employees and or benefits and or expanded their company, which is good for everybody.
Trickle down does not work. If you look at the graphs after Reagan did all his changes and everything about the poverty line and everything, that's where all of this fucking started going awry, in my opinion.
Because it's not really about like taxing more in terms of rich people as far as that goes. It's about disincentivizing this exorbitant pay that these people are getting.
Well, not only that, but once you get like $500 million, you have won capitalism, and you owe it back to the rest of us to make sure that you give back because we were able to get you there, And after $500 million, you don't need any more. You don't.
You have exponential growth after that.
I mean, yeah, there's a point at which it's ridiculous that we have such an income disparity in this world and in this country, and we act like it's, the poor are trying to get by on handouts. I'm sorry, dude. At the end of the day, we live in a society so that we can take care of the weakest among us. Okay?
So-
That is the point. And I don't want to work, pay taxes, and not get anything for it. It's like getting a Netflix account with no fucking movies. I mean,
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Right. That's
So,
funny.
what I'm going to say next, you know how the prison system is broken? It's basically forced labor in the prison system. Like, the prisons, look at the dresses,
Economic slavery is what that's called.
Yeah,
is what you're
exactly.
referring to.
Like we still live
And that's
in
what we are.
Like slavery is still around. It's the fact that now they're in prisons.
It's
Yeah, I mean,
in
they
real
got us by
life.
the balls.
Nobody can
Or the
afford.
ovaries.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reality is no one can take, a week, like stay home to raise their kid because they wouldn't be able to afford to.
Right.
You can't, the reality is they got us in a position that we can't do anything to speak up against shit because we can't, we would lose our job.
That's right.
I mean,
and that's where they want us. That's why they set all this shit up.
Right.
We're
Now,
indentured servants.
lead in, or you trying to jump in there?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah,
a
go
couple things. Like, one, we've been taught that the poor person is the bad guy since the conception. So we have to take that into consideration that we might be like mindful of social programs and how things should be dispersed, but it's been taught to us since the conception of this country that the poor man's the bad guy and the poor man's the one trying to steal a cookie from the other guy. Just the other day, I was at lunch with some coworkers, and they're a couple years older than me, not many, maybe like 6 tops. And he was telling me about how he was telling his nephew the other day, him and his wife had just had a baby, that he was such a soft boy because he was taking fraternal leave, like for the father. He was taking 6 weeks. And I was like, you realize that other countries let all those things happen? Like, that's normal in these other countries. Like, we're the only country that doesn't do that. We're the only country that doesn't take care of our people like that. But like we tell people, like, when I don't know if everybody here has had like a management role or anything, but when you're in a management role and they quote unquote train you, they teach you that you have to invest in your people to make them feel like they're part of the team. The country doesn't invest shit in us. They make us feel like we are the slave wage laborers that they need.
Right. And another thing that makes a good manager is one that wants you to get better. The United States doesn't want you to get better. It says that it does, but the system itself is put in a place where you find yourself in a situation that you're stuck in. You get stuck in.
Why do you think poor people steal cookies? Because they're fucking hungry.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and that's what's going to happen. At the end of the day, you have a large population of people with nothing left to lose, brother. And you know what? Prison starts looking like a great opportunity to have free housing, free healthcare, and free food.
Right, that's the only way to get anything
trust
free
me,
in this country is to commit
I know there's some people. I know there's some people that joke around about retiring in prison. I mean, they joke around about it, but
it's.
a
nursing
some
home
truth
is
to that.
same shit,
Yeah.
really.
I used to tell people that I wasn't worried about my retirement because whatever I was going to do when I got 60, I was going to do to go to jail so I'd have 2 hots and a cot and health care.
That's funny.
And
that's sad.
There needs to be. It's sad, and there needs to be a progressive. There needs to be a progressive tax where a UBI exists for people under, poverty. Because at the end of the day, the reality is that because of the way technology is progressing, the way that they have taken all of our factory jobs and shipped them overseas, and there's no work left. I drive around this country as a trucker, okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, there are areas in this country that would blow your mind at how nothing there is.
Well,
okay.
a lot of places in this
Mississippi.
country people don't realize are
Yes.
A food,
One
what's it
example.
called, a food desert, or like and that's why you see these little shitty dollar stores pop up everywhere, because
Oh,
they're
it's
taking
terrible.
advantage of the fact that these communities have to drive 3 hours just to get to a store to buy groceries.
Right. Now,
And now we're
Mississippi's
closing
really
the
bad with that. There's fucking Dollar Generals everywhere here. I mean,
Louisiana too.
almost as many Dollar Generals as there are fucking churches.
Yes.
Crazy. It's like you pray to God, and then you're still working 40 hours a week, and the only fucking place that you can go to is Dollar General because your car broke down. You can't fix it until maybe you get your refund check. Oh, Uncle Sam took that shit because you had student loans, and now you're really
And
fucked.
it's processed food.
They're asking for you to give them some money.
Yep. I'm like Michael John in the comments said, it's what did he say? Something like, if you live in America.
Oh, he's always full of it, dude.
Let me, Michael John. Let's see. Well, Michael, you're welcome to come up here. Yeah, he said the poorest people. I think so. Yeah, I think he's come up before. The poorest people. A poor person in America is still one of the richest people in the world. That's the most ridiculous. Go to south side of Jackson, Mississippi, sir. You'll eat those fucking words, bro.
Have a glass of water.
You'll eat those fucking words. There are houses where literally half the house is fucking missing a tarp on the side of the wall because a tree fell on it and they can't afford to do anything. Insurance didn't cover it, whatever the case is. Living
John,
in
you're
squalor.
probably one of those people on Social Security, so stop complaining about it.
Yeah, it's nuts. We could do a lot better. I mean, you're in the richest country in the world, and anybody is existing in squalor. That don't make any sense.
Is inexcusable. Is inexcusable.
Yeah, right. It is. It is. Especially, fucking. I don't know. It's so. What do you guys think is going to be the Supreme Court's ruling with the 14th Amendment? Do you think they're going to side with Trump?
I hope
guess
not.
It depends on how much backlash they think they'll get, or how many paybacks or bribes are involved in it. What I personally think.
Yeah, the only
I know that's a little, what's that word, conspiracy theory, but I just trust nothing anymore.
They're trying to get rid of the anchor baby argument is what they're trying to do, and it's not necessarily,
He's an
I think, going to fly.
He is an
I know
anchor
he
baby.
is, but that's beside the point.
Right.
Hitler was from a Jewish lineage as well.
Right.
So, it's irrelevant when it comes to the great leader that we have. So,
well, and see, the Constitution doesn't even matter if you can just make shit up, which we know the Supreme Court is willing to do, which they did with the immunity case. Yeah, I mean, the immunity case, a great example. Nowhere does it ever say in the Constitution that if there's immunity for a president at all. They just made it up. And so they will make up anything.
I was taught that there was no immunity for the president.
Right. Well,
I was taught that
in civil cases is one thing, because if a bunch of people start suing the president while he's in office for civil shit, I mean, that obviously would fuck with your job. But if you're committing criminal acts, fuck you.
Yes. Yeah. Which he is, by the way, but we won't get into that. Emoluments clause.
Oh,
we won't get into that.
This was crazy. Yesterday, I do a video because Donald Trump comes out and he's like, "Oh, I'm willing to end the war in Iran, even if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed." Right? This is what he says. And I do a video about that, and I'm like, this guy's lying. He's doing it to boost the stock market, so I'm sure one of his friends can make a fucking $1 billion. And then not an hour later, I get in my news feed, Dow Jones jumps 1,000 fucking points. And I'm like, these motherfuckers, they just keep doing it over and over again. So tonight, I should be, unless I'm too tired, I should be streaming live this press conference that he's got going on at 9 Eastern. So if y'all want, you can come back and watch it with me. What do you think that's going to be about?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Well, it's about Iran. So what do you think he's going to do? My read is that it could go either way, or it's a fucking April Fool's joke for all I know. This fucking troll shitwad. You know what I mean? Like, so who knows? But I think he wants to put boots on the ground.
If they put boots on the ground, a lot of soldiers will die. And I'm going to tell you right now, it will do nothing but escalate the situation, in my personal opinion. But because that's exactly what Iran's waiting for.
Yeah, it's like a kill box.
I'm telling you that right now.
Have you seen the map of the area in which they have to go into? It's literally the point of no return. You go in, you ain't coming out.
Yep. That's sort of my point. And that's one of the reasons why we've never gone into Iran. That's one of the main reasons. Also one of the reasons why when we tried to rescue the hostages during Carter's time, it failed miserably. So, you know, I really, you know, the reports of them talking about how this is the end times war and that he was anointed by God to bring on the end times, so come again. If those reports are true, that scares the fuck out of me.
Should scare the fuck out of everybody. So, yes, APAC, but real quick. So, what they have to do is go in. This is Karg Island right here. This right here is Karg Island. They'll have to come in here. There's no way out. And if American troops get in here, there's no way Iran's letting them out. It's not going to happen. It's literally, you know, you create like, I don't know if you guys ever played tower defense, but you create a situation where they filter into a box and then that's what that'll be. Those troops are absolutely fucked if he does this.
I actually think they're going to be more focused on the and in any case, even if they're focused on the strait alone, just to make sure that, you know, ships can pass out and go through it.
Well, this is
that
what he
in
wants.
itself is dangerous too.
This is what he wants.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that straightforward. I think if they try to keep the missiles away from the Strait of Hormuz by occupying the land around the Strait of Hormuz, that actually makes more sense to me. But even in that case, there's still going to be, you know, it's going to be a shit show.
This Karg Island is strategically important for Iran and a lot of other countries too. This is basically the distribution center for all the fucking oil that comes out of here. And this is why Donald Trump has his eyeballs set on this right here.
They'll surround it. I don't think they'll put boots on the ground there. I honestly don't think they'll put boots.
That's what they were talking about.
Because it's not going to hurt him.
Right, he doesn't give a shit. But there's nowhere like, you know,
strategically it doesn't make sense to do that though.
You know, it's almost twice the size of Afghanistan and Iraq combined. I mean, we couldn't even do that.
And it's more mountainous too.
Right.
And it's more mountainous too.
Right. It basically looks like Afghanistan, which was one of the worst places to be during the Iraq War, you know, was here in Afghanistan because of the mountains. And you're not familiar with the terrain, and they are. It's stupid.
Yep.
APAC, you were trying to jump in there for a second ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So I made the comment that you know, it's kind of like a holy war, right? And that Trump's the chosen one.
That was me.
Yeah. So I made this argument before. So I mean, I'm Christian. I don't think man ushers in the end times, but an antichrist is present during the end times. So we can't force, right, the end times to happen, but Antichrist will be present, whether it's a person or system. I mean, I just thought that was a good.
Like Christian nationalists think that.
Yeah, well, and that's ironic, so because that's a perversion of the text. But anyway.
Oh, I know well, it is. But
you know what?
They're
no matter what's true or not, if they really believe it and they want it to happen, they may try and force it. And that's a problem either way, whether it's going to work or not. Oh, thank you, Lil Red. I appreciate that.
But it's ironic because isn't Christ the Prince of Peace, not of war? So,
yeah.
Well, air quotes.
Remember, yeah,
what's
but you
the
got to
opposite
remember
of
the Crusades, right? You
Thank you,
do got to
Lorette.
remember the Crusades too.
Yeah,
So
but
a lot of wars have been done in the name of God because God is on our side and we're righteous and it's fucking bullshit. And I keep thinking, the comparisons between the white Christian nationalists and ISIS are and really similar. And it's kind of like, they're setting this up in a very fucked up way, and we're looking really stupid.
Well, I mean,
I'm landing it there.
Sadly, I think that, this was his goal, was to fuck us up. Trump, I still think he's a Russian asset, but, again, that's conspiracy
Oh, me
theory.
too. But, that's, I don't think he's doing it intentionally.
If the
I
shoe
don't think he's
fits.
doing it intentionally. I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I think he's seeing it as a grift. He's a fucking con man. Has been ever since we've known him in New York. Sorry. He's an outright con man.
Intentionally, because they bailed him out in the 80s, 90s.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he feels like he has to pay them back because they have some kind of dirt on him. I mean, look, when he got elected, they put Melania's nude picture up on their television to announce congratulations to Trump.
Gag.
Yep.
They did some crazy stuff, man. I mean,
gag.
She was a call girl, from what I understand. I mean, so yeah. I hate to say it, but she was.
Part of the quote-unquote modeling agency is how she got introduced.
Yeah.
But he was married at the time, and I think his wife was pregnant when he met Melania anyway.
Yeah, well, he doesn't care, I mean.
No, not at all.
He's rich. He can grab him by the you-know-what whenever he wants.
Well, Melania
was a celebrity, and they let you do it.
That's
Melania was actually pregnant when he was having his famous time with Stormy Daniels.
Stormy.
That's probably what I was thinking of. I knew somebody was.
He was giving her the mushroom spores.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's a bad visual.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
sorry,
all right.
guys.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about his dingle dangle.
I don't know. I was having a mushroom pizza, literally, right now.
Oh, God, that's making me nauseous.
I don't want to eat anymore.
That's funny. Hey, I blame that one on Stormy. That's the gift that kept on giving, right?
Yes. Yeah, I know.
Jeez. Now, if we have any opposition in the comment section, please request up. There aren't too many of us here now, so you won't feel dogpiled. That's one thing I hate when I get one person up and they're like real kind of spicy or saying some ridiculous things, and then all the liberals want to come up and I get it. I would want to as well, but the opposition makes things go round, at least makes the conversation reach the FYP, because for some reason they don't like, regular conversation. They like spicy bullshit, Jerry Springer type shit. Now, real quick.
Welcome to the modern world of social media.
Right. Now, did you guys hear about that law that Israel passed and they were fucking celebrating?
Yeah, for the
Palestinians.
Yes. Death sentence.
Disgusting.
What was this law? What was the law? I didn't hear that.
Israel passes law to hang Palestinians convicted of unaliving attacks. Now, the law doesn't actually say that it has to be that they just had to have been a part of it. And no matter what, I'm sure they'll claim, because they lie about everything. And so it won't be applied to J people, just Palestinians.
Right.
And
well, that's like when
I've actually heard. Sorry.
You're good. I was gonna say that's when the LDS people. Okay.
Go ahead, Holly.
What?
Go ahead, Holly.
Oh, did I say something out loud?
No, it was me.
Oh, it was Leanne.
I was gonna
okay,
say, I didn't
Leanne.
think I said anything.
Your box was lighting up, so I think maybe you had background noise.
I think I was talking to myself, sadly. That's really sad. I think I literally answered myself.
That's funny. Anyway, Leanne, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Drew. I was just going to say that's like when we saw the LDF guys with the video of what they were doing to the prisoners. they're heroes. They aren't charged with anything. Everything's dropped. They don't care.
Well, I heard a theory that because APAC is becoming so toxic in our country, that they are trying to get everything done that they want to get done before the old 47 is out. And that they're going to be pushing and pushing and pushing right now to get what they can get until we have somebody who is in office that's going to basically say,
I mean, that's possible too, because like with Iran, right? Let's assume that Trump says we're done and he pulls back, tonight. Let's assume he does that. What Israel has done while everybody's been paying attention to Iran is they've taken over like half of fucking Lebanon.
Yep.
So that it may have been a diversionary tactic in order for them to gain more land in Lebanon. And they'll just keep it. Because the Greater Israel Project is real. I don't care what people claim to say about it. This is something they've openly stated. It's on their fucking map. Benjamin Netanyahu even held up a goddamn... Yeah, he held up a fucking picture of it. Their biblical right to this land exists from, the Nile to the fucking Euphrates or whatever. So...
Yeah, which is a right-wing. It's a right-wing government in Israel, and part of the problem is that it's not what a lot of the actual people want. It's a very perverted sort of perspective that's being pushed on the Jewish people by a right-wing government.
Oh, they want it too.
So,
the people in Israel, the majority of people in Israel want it.
Host, can I share something?
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I
let's see.
think that woman in the comments might be having a stroke.
So, this was an earlier topic. Should children of illegal immigrants who are born in the U.S. automatically be citizens? Look how it's changed from 2006 to 2026. Right?
Oh, wow.
And it gets better. It's a Fox News poll.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
That's entertainment poll. That's an entertainment poll.
Yeah,
they were like, hey, put together a graph. You don't have to have any metrics or stats or anything.
No, but they should be automatically, so it supports.
Yeah.
So
children of illegal immigrants who are born in U.S. Automatically be citizens. Yeah, I'm surprised the drop in Republicans hasn't been bigger, actually, than that. That's actually a decent sign.
Yeah.
Because even as the MAGA pretzels,
crossing my fingers.
Helpful in the comments, that dude Happy or whoever that is.
Who is it?
Chicken to come up on the panel.
Oh, Happy's Papa, pro-Cuba sympathizer. Ronnie. That reminds me of Jersey Shore. Y'all ever see Jersey Shore?
Unfortunately.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Well, Ronnie, I sent you an invite. Fucking Ronnie. What was the girl's name? I can't remember her name. Ronnie and
Nookie?
No.
Sammy.
No.
Sammy.
Ronnie's girlfriend.
Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy.
Sammy Sweetheart.
Sammy?
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but host was
and the situation and Snooki.
That's the situation. I fucking look. I do like that show. Stupid.
What was interesting is I thought at first
bag.
We're talking about Republicans and Democrats in the poll, but apparently it's not. And so it's just so I thought it was interesting.
No, say that one more time. Sorry, I was thinking about Trash Bag from Jersey Shore.
I thought that the blue and red bars meant Republicans versus Democrats, but nowhere in the poll does that breakdown exist. So it makes it seem like now 69% actually approve or, that they should automatically be citizens, which is interesting.
That is interesting. That I find it hard to believe that in 2006 that few Democrats thought that people should be citizens if born here. I have, you know what I mean? Like, I find that hard to believe.
Well, it says a Fox News poll reveals a massive shift in the American electorate, 69% of voters now say these children should be granted automatic citizenship, up from 45% 2 decades later. So it wasn't a Republican
That's
Democrat.
what the amendment says.
It's
what the
literally what it
amendment
says. Yeah.
Hey, what kills me is that the people that are arguing it are like, oh, that's not what the amendment means. Like, what now is happening?
Bullshit.
But hold on. But they're like,
Oh,
but
sorry.
that's exactly what the Second Amendment said. We have to go word by word for it.
Right. Well-regulated militia, forget about that part. Yeah.
Well, what I hated about this post was the fact that it made it seem like it was Republican Democrat breakout, when in reality it was just overall approval.
Well, that's why the colors were the way they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it was just overall.
It was overall. Yeah. Yeah. Look.
Wow.
Do you mind if I showcase it one more time? Hold on.
No. I didn't even catch that. Wow.
Yeah,
what a bunch of shady fuckers, man.
My laptop is a little dirty.
That's what Fox has always been.
That's crazy.
Fox is always 17% of what they say is truthful. The rest of it's all bullshit.
Yeah, 69% of voters now say those children should be granted automatic citizenship, up from 45% 2 decades ago.
Yeah, but you see how they
wow
distorted it. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the way they color it. It's the way they color it that's significant.
The way they color it.
That is.
Yeah.
It's very misleading.
Wow. Busted. You got him, APAC.
Yeah. So at first I'm like, okay, I just assumed, but then I had to read.
That's crazy. That's
See?
That's so messed up.
But that's what they do. I mean, that's part of the problem with Fox. I think that should be illegal, but that's beside the point.
Right, them doing that? Misleading it that way? Yeah.
Yes.
No, it should be.
I think it blows my mind that some of these news companies get away with the way that they shade and adjective add to their headlines in such a way that it's rage bait bullshit, and it's fucking enough. I want the facts. I don't need your opinion. I don't care, what you think it means. I just want to know what's going on. I don't need the rest of it.
That's why they bait us with the way they title articles, or they say something real quick about what they're going to talk on in the next segment, because it's all about viewership, because that's how they make their money.
And that's the problem. News should not be for profit. Medicine should not be for profit.
Heck, nobody up here
Power supply should not be for profit. Water should not be for profit.
Correct.
I mean, I could go on. Oh, clean air would be nice too, but we have to get rid of fossil fuels in cars first before we can really make a dent in that. But I like breathing.
Windmills, cancer. Windmills.
That's right. They kill birds. Oh my God.
Oh,
no.
I know.
All the birds are fake anyway, because it's a simulation, so it's fine.
Yeah, they unalive birds. Yeah, talk to the hunters. Talk to the hunters.
It's just fucking bullshit.
Where they just taxidermy it and they don't eat it. They just trophy shit. Maybe make that illegal
all the chemicals
to offset the difference.
All the chemical pesticides aren't doing anything to the bee population and aren't doing anything to the wildlife. And mind you, we're having the biggest extinction event in our lifetime because of fucking global warming.
No, it's the windmills.
In itself.
What are you talking about? It's the windmills.
I'm sorry.
The extinction event. Yeah, they're going to suck us all into it eventually. You didn't know?
Yes. Okay. But you get what I'm saying. I mean,
we can't all be right all the time. No, I'm kidding.
God forbid.
Somebody's going to clip that and be like,
truth.
Listen to what Liberal just said. Oh my God, he's an idiot.
Well, there is objective truth in this world, and we need to get back to some of that.
We should. Now, real quick, I don't know if you guys saw, and we didn't really cover it too well or too much. I brought it up briefly earlier. This fucking executive order about the citizenship verification and integrity. Did you guys see that?
I saw it.
Yeah, it's fucking,
Louisiana, because Landry can't get what out of his mouth from Trump. We're going to have passports down here in Louisiana.
Yeah, and see, this is absolute horseshit.
That's
Where
struck
he's
down.
he's
It's
going
to get struck down.
Yeah, well, let's hope that it gets through the courts. Before the midterms, because they're going to work with the USPS and they're going to try and get them to not send out mail-in ballots to anybody that isn't basically approved by the U.S. government, by Trump. That's what they're doing.
The current main postmaster general now.
I know it was LaJoy. I'm not sure. Is he already gone? I think he was leaving, but let's see. Who is post? Well, it won't matter
they're having
because
a disaster drill here in Texas.
Yeah, it won't matter.
Anyway.
David Steiner is the 76th and current United States Postmaster General. July 15th, he took office of last year. So, but either way, he was the CEO of fucking Waste Management. So he's gonna, he's gonna do whatever Trump tells him to do. Yeah. And if Trump says don't send any mail to somebody who isn't on their list, because to me, I think it's designed to make people go to the polling places and not mail in vote. Because then when he sends his ICE agents to the polling places, then they're able to arrest people
Vote
of
early.
color. They're able
Go
to
to your
arrest.
voting election board and vote early.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Can I get my sentence out? That'd be great. Because now you're going to be forced to go to the polling place, and so ICE will detain you, believing you to be, if you're dark skinned or what have you, believing you might not be legal. I think that's the overall goal here, is to just taint it just enough to skew the votes in his favor. I think that's what they're doing.
What was notable is that Trump actually was sitting in, I think today, during the Supreme Court case for birthright citizenship.
Now, say that again. Trump was there?
Yeah, Trump was there. So he couldn't speak, but Trump was there. And I guess he wasn't allowed to speak because you're not allowed to speak during those proceedings. But he listened to, I guess, the argument against overturning it. And then he listened, I think, for 7 minutes to the ACLU lawyer, trying to, protect it, the letter of the law, how it stands. But his comment on social media was, "We're the only country stupid enough to allow it." So I don't know. Based off of that comment, that tells me maybe he didn't like what he heard. But I thought that was notable because I don't recall a president, ever sitting in on I could be wrong, on a Supreme Court case.
We aren't the only country that allows mail-in voting, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
So
I'm sitting here watching 3 cops have a guy pulled over, and he definitely speaks Spanish and not English, harassing him about he just had to pull his passport out.
Wow.
It's ridiculous, man. I'm so tired of watching the Gestapo run around here in brown shirts.
And
green shirts.
And what can you do about it, right?
You can't do shit about it, man. They know I'm all watching. They're all looking at me, knowing I'm watching, and I got 2 phones, so I'll just record it if I need to. But why do you need 3 cops out here for this? You already wrote him the ticket. You gave him the ticket, and the other cop shows up and starts acting. That's when the passport came out.
Wow.
You know what was interesting? So I moved into a neighborhood that's predominant, and I'm not trying to be racial, but this kind of.
God, I'm glad I'm white. Sorry.
So I'm probably the only. No, I'm sorry. There's 2 Hispanics, in this block. Everyone else is, I think, Caucasian, and it's against the law to have overnight parking, right? You can get fined for having your car out about. But one time I left my car out and I was about to get ticketed, and I was actually out late, and my neighbor was out, and my neighbor's like, "Hey, don't worry, you're cool, you're one of us." I'm like, they kind of struck me, and he's like, "No, you can just keep your car out," and never got a ticket, but. Apparently, No, go ahead. Sorry.
I used to tell people when I lived in St. Louis and South City, like St. Louis, that I could walk down the street with a joint in hand, walk by a cop, nod to him, and it wouldn't be a problem because I'm white. And, it happens everywhere. I mean, unfortunately, that is the systemic problem that we have at the moment still. And it is, you got to realize that the white Christian nationalists have infiltrated many, many branches of government. And it is something that exists, and anybody who thinks it doesn't understand history, in my opinion. So, you can talk about the prison system, you can talk about the the difference in prison sentences for someone of color versus someone who's not. You can talk about a bunch of different things along those lines. There is a definite difference in how white people are treated in this country.
Oh, for sure. Period. I was reading an article
there's lots of research about it too.
I was reading this article yesterday. This guy, I guess somebody had gotten pulled over or whatever for driving around without a tag. This black guy, and got shot and unalived. Daquan something or other. I don't remember the exact name, but so somebody in that area, in that same, I think, city, he's a white guy, so he drove around for months without his license plate on his car
and never got stopped.
Right. And then he goes to, I guess it was city council, and he's like, what the fuck kind of racist shit is this, basically, and made that point. And sorry, you got background noise, Drew. You listening to a sexy audio book there, Drew? Is that what we're doing? That's what it sounded like. Anyway, it's APAC. You heard it too. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Anyway, no, it was interesting because this shit is true. Like people are treated differently. Now, Happy, I see that you love commenting. I really appreciate that. But I've asked that you come up many, many times. Because I'd rather have somebody up here that will disagree with the things that we're saying. So here, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. If you want to continue to talk, you can come up. There you go. All right. I don't really like doing that, but I'd rather have the person up here if they're going to be disagreeing, and if they won't come up here.
You need to inspire him to come play.
They're cowards and bullshit. Well, that tactic actually works pretty well.
Yeah.
Unless it's somebody who is, they're not actually the person they say that they are. Yeah, it went down the wrong pipe. They're not actually the person that they say that they are. And that when they start talking, it'll reveal who they are. And so they don't want to come up. And they're like, I got a job. Well, if you got a job, get off of fucking TikTok, bro, and do your job. Anyway, with that,
I have a job. I'm doing my job right now.
Right. If you could sit and listen and type and shit on your thing while you're at your job, I don't see why you can't come up and say a couple of words. I don't know. Seems weird to me. Did you guys see that Trump is considering pulling out of NATO? He just announced this yesterday, I think. Let me pull this up here. Says he's considering pulling out of NATO. I mean, I saw this coming. This is no surprise to me. Does this surprise any of you?
No, that doesn't surprise me.
And who does this benefit?
We've been talking about this for a while.
That benefits Russia.
That's right. Everything this motherfucker does in some way has benefited Russia. Russia is giving Iran intelligence to strike our shit over there, and this dude is like, hey, let's remove the sanctions so that they can actually get and sell oil and shit.
Well, what's interesting is that he's like, all right, well, we pay. I think his rationale is this, and at the end of the day, I think his goal is to screw over Europe. They're like, all right, we have competitive industries, we're paying the most into NATO. Let me start this conflict in Iran, which screws Europe actually a whole lot more than the U.S. right now, because they're more dependent on that oil. And then, let me pull out of NATO. So now you just economically crush them with not only tariffs, but also on the energy front. Who are they going to probably turn to for energy? Maybe Russia, You know, so it's just, oh my gosh, I think he's screwing Europe left and right.
Well, and not only that, but I think when they didn't come to his aid for the Strait of Hormuz, I think he's using that as an argument for it. And it will only isolate us further. And they're already not sharing a lot of intelligence because of the whole document case in Florida, because there was a lot of things that were, let's just say, a lot of secret people were revealed and were unalived in that situation, and no one talks about that. So I'll land it there.
Yeah. But you know what that's going to result in? That's going to result in, I would argue, more Europeans probably coming over to the U.S. Because if your economy is struggling, for example, because now you have a growing energy crisis, and your security defense, through like the U.S. is being pulled out, more people are going to be attracted. But what kind of people are going to be attracted to? And I would think, just based off of the demographics, it would be those with lighter, fairer skin, to the U.S. too. So
that's the difference. They're okay if they're a white person.
Yeah.
Coming over here. They're like, oh, that's fine. I mean, it's weird. Now, somebody asked in the comments if he can do that by himself. Now, I know, that NATO was approved by, I don't know if it was the entire Congress. I know the Senate had something to do with that.
I'm going to drop, guys. I'm going to come see y'all later.
All right. Thank you, Leanne. I appreciate it. I believe he may be able to with enough warning. I think he can, though. Past presidents and himself have pulled out of treaties before. I don't know if this one's different. I haven't looked enough to the language to see, but I'm pretty sure that he can. Which, I mean, he's already with the UN. He's pulled out of 99 plus fucking organizations that basically fully funded by us. At this point, UN is a joke.
I think it would still require an act of Congress. I think it used to be that a president could pull out, but then like in 2023, or maybe 2024, they had a National Defense Authorization Act. So they brought it to the Congress. So I don't think he's be able to pull it. But here's the thing. I was under Biden, I think, right? Because Biden anticipated that happening. But I mean, you're right.
Does Trump care? I don't, I mean, he could effectively pull out of it anyway or not. You know what I mean? Because he just doesn't have to do anything with them.
Yeah.
Right. He's impounded everything else. He's likely to do that too. So, but yeah, I mean, if what AIPAC is saying is right, I believe it is, then there you go.
Yeah, but you're right on the money though. I mean, because he could pull out troops, he could pull out funding, he could, or at least put a stopgap, and it's essentially the same as kind of pulling out. Even if it's not in writing.
Right, and now he's butthurt because they wouldn't come to our rescue whenever we chose to get into a war that we didn't need to get into. And those bastards wouldn't come and help us, except we weren't attacked. That's the difference, biatch. Like, huge difference, between being attacked and attacking somebody and then being like, come help. We bit off more than we could chew. I don't know. What is your read of tonight, guys, Holly and AIPAC? Do you think that he'll say we're getting out, or do you think he's going whole hog?
I think he'll say that we're getting out, maybe like in 2 weeks. Because there was a Fox, and I think Fox gets the inside scoop on like everything, like Iran. And there was an article saying that they were looking to pull out within like 1 to 2 weeks. A recent article. Whether they do it or not, we'll see. But they say that they may pull out even if the strait has not been opened. So that's just screwing over our allies even more. Hey, you know what? You're kind of screwed with the oil, but we're more energy independent than you guys. We're not fully there, but so that would be. So now it's up to Europe to open it. So
And maybe that was the goal.
Yeah,
because that again helps Russia.
Yeah, but here's the thing: who provides the military defense, or a lot of it? So, like the U.S., we have a lot of U.S. like bases. So now they're like, you know what? Now Europe can take care of it. So, jeez.
Yeah. Now,
It's
Thorne, you had a
unbelievable.
lot of background noise. I muted you. But yeah, did you want to weigh in? You're welcome to jump in there, but you'll need to unmute first. Go ahead, Thorne. She's like, fuck you, I'm out of here. Assuming that was a woman. Maybe it was an accidental request. Yeah, I mean, this could go either way. For all I know, he'll say we're pulling out, and then tomorrow morning on Truth Social at like 4 o'clock in the morning, be like, oh, it was April Fool's. I mean, because, he could say he's going to pull out, keep sending troops in there, try to pretend like he's clever, because Iran's not going to believe it until they like actually see it. Right. And then turn around and like start bombing them again later.
Yeah. I mean, just think of. I mean, wouldn't that be like the ultimate like bully tactic? Oh, tariffs, okay. You know what? We want this. Oh, you're not giving us what we want. We're great. All right, well, let me screw you up in the energy sector. Now you can either buy from us or have to reverse some of your policies or sanctions against Russia. But at the end of the day, if the strait isn't open, you guys are going to have to now spend money to open up the strait that I had closed down anyway. So I mean, that's just
that wouldn't surprise me either. Sadly,
yeah. So,
like that's some shit he would do, which is all kinds of fucked up.
Oh yeah. It's like let's. Oh, jeez. Man, let me stop there. But
yeah, I'll probably go live tonight if I'm still awake or alive, or both, I guess. I don't know what to think of it with him. You never fucking know. I mean, he may shit his diaper and it change his mind.
It's all economic with him, right? It's all dollar sign. It's not people. So I think on one hand, it's are we going to be relative to Europe, right? Like we can go. We're definitely heading to a recession, but the economic argument would be, all right, if we head into a recession, would it be like a 1-2% dip, for us, while the rest of the world is at 8 or 10%, because then we benefit economically, but because of the global economy. But the way you do things matter, and I mean that's deal with people's lives, So if we think we have poverty, just look at those countries that we're engaged in now. Geez, people taking food out of trash cans.
Yeah, what countries are you talking about? Like Iran?
Yeah, in some places of Iran, they've deprived people of resources, too. And there's a lot of deserts, food deserts there too. So, I mean, it's just they don't have the social programs that we do. So it's I mean, it's and look at what's happened with the Philippines. You heard about the Philippines?
What about them?
So the Philippines has issued a national emergency because let me see, because of the oil crisis. So it's almost, I would argue it's worse than Cuba. So it's
like they don't have food, or their electricity is out in all of the Philippines.
So in the Philippines, they had to rely on Russian crude oil. Russia had to send them 2.5 million barrels of oil because they're running out of oil. So for them, like the oil that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz is a life or death situation. So they declared a national energy emergency, and says that the war poses an imminent danger. And now what they're trying to do is lean more on coal.
Well, one silver lining is that this is going to bolster countries to get renewable energy after this. I mean, it's really going to have a heavy push towards it, and that's going to benefit China.
Yeah. It's a wake-up call, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, hell, even now Republicans are like, well, yeah, maybe we should have done the renewable energy thing. Because Jimmy Carter started it, and they were like, we're not doing that. We're going to bathe in oil. Because it's just like fucking one-track mind these people have. They're so myopic in their views, they can't see, they don't think 10, 15, 20 fucking years ahead. Trump certainly isn't. I don't know. Everything that he does, when you look at it, it supports Russia in some fucking weird way.
Well, I also think that even like the Saudis, the Middle East, like think about, like, I think it all ties back to Israel, but I'm just viewing it from like a different side, because the whole entire like two-state solution is like, okay, how can we pacify the Muslim world? And the way to do that, like, their major economic resource is oil. Everything is oil. So if we shut down our markets to oil and rely more on renewable energy, then we basically shut off a market that they can tap into, and they can enrich themselves and they can develop. So I think the strategy has been, hey, this is how we pacify the Middle East, just by entertaining these oil streams and keeping that open and promoting it. But is it an effective strategy? So the Saudis are getting rich out of UAE, a lot of non-Iran, like they're benefiting from it. Russia's going to benefit from it too. But is it really worth it? So,
I mean, at the end of the day, it isn't worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, it's a finite fucking energy source, so eventually it's going to run out anyway. And somebody on the panel the other day said it, I think quite well. They were like, they're going to push to consolidate their power and control over the oil and force it down everybody's throats, where they're making so much fucking money that they will then also be the owners of, these renewable sources.
Yeah.
To make sure, because we're in the energy business, not the oil business, is probably what they've transitioned to at some point. But these people they're sick, in my opinion. This need to control and whatever else, like, I don't know. We gotta. Hopefully, this will have it'll be a wake up call for everybody to do something, whatever the fuck that is.
And you have someone in the chat saying, "Can I please come up? I'll be very respectful." 20 gifter badge, loud badge.
Let me see. Well, there's nobody in the request box, so no, you can't come up if you're not in the. You got to hit the fucking request button if you're wanting to come up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you ain't special. You got to hit the button. You got to do half the work, okay?
Yeah, because I wonder if that was the strategy. Hey, we don't want the Saudis to go against the Israelis, so let's benefit their economy.
They're saying that they did. This is my no guest request yet. So I,
maybe just exit.
No, I can't. I can't invite that person. I already looked. Their thing is grayed out, so I don't know. But when you pop up, I'll just keep this here so that everybody can see when you hit the request button. It's the little colored person. There's a red and a blue person right next to your message box. Click that and it'll request. But yeah, I mean, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, it's a private account. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
That's why I can't invite them.
Yeah, got it.
I mean, otherwise, like, look, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome. To got fucking 5 open spots here. Yeah, you can come up. Oh well, there's Nadia. Come on up here, Nadia.
Hey everyone.
What's up?
Happy, what is it, Wednesday?
Yes, it's Hump Day.
Happy Wednesday, Hump Day.
Do you think Trump is going to April Fool's us today?
I don't know. That's what I came up to say. I think he's going to fold. I think he's going to capitulate to Iran, and not fully, but, I think he's going to fold a bit. And I just think he doesn't have the cards, which is so funny because that's what he kept telling Ukraine. That's what he kept telling Ukraine, and Ukraine's still fighting. And I have something else to share if you guys haven't shared it already. Did you talk about Noam's husband?
Yes, that was like
that was lovely.
One of the very first things that matter of fact, APAC, you're the one that brought that shit up.
Yeah.
I wasn't really going to put much time into it, but we can talk about it. We didn't really go into detail.
I just think it's sweet. In my opinion, it's sweet justice because she runs her mouth like a fucking lunatic, and then her husband does that. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's something wrong with that when you're a bigot. So I think that's fucking hilarious.
Nadia, that's why she got the lip fillers. Okay.
So New York Post has
her lip fillers
pictures.
do kind of look good, low key. I don't know. I think she's pretty good looking for her age. I just think she's an absolute idiot.
So here, I hate fucking. Okay, so here they are. He's a man's man until he's a woman. All right. Oh, come on. Really? Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on, I'm about to save this shit. I got.
They're all on Grindr. Like all of MAGA's on Grindr.
Oh my god, that's
like
funny
DC
as
talks.
fuck.
DC insiders in DC talk about it all the time. They're just full of denial.
Oh my
god!
God.
That's gonna be my new profile picture. Hold on.
No, sir. No, sir. Really?
I'm saving.
I have to go to work. I just wanted to say I think Trump's gonna fold, and I think it might be, kind of good news. Not fully what we want, but I think he's gonna fold because I think he's realizing he's ruining our economy, and I think that Noam is a fucking tool, and that's what I came up to say.
Well said. I agree. And if you need any tips on how to get your some perkiness going on, Kristi Noem's husband I hear is pretty good at it. Just
Did you say tips or tits?
I said tips.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing about this, but let's just go back. Let's say I don't want to bury the lead here. There it is. Kristi Noem. I mean, it's, what the hell is that? What the fuck kind of?
I don't know. He's a guy that puts everything on the table.
I'm afraid to keep scrolling. So he was Uncle Samantha. Oh wow, they've been together for a long time. That's crazy.
Oh.
Well, I wonder if surely she knew, right? And I don't know. It almost seems like it was a joke. I wonder if it was a serious thing.
I don't.
I wonder how the kids are taking that.
Yeah, no, that's and that's a serious topic. That part. Jeez, just imagine. I had a professor who I felt really bad for because no one could understand what he was saying, but I thought he was a good teacher. And I think sometimes when English is your second
language, you can kind of understand people with like big foreign accents better. So I went to his ratemyprofessor.com profile, and everyone was just trashing worst teacher. And I kept thinking, this was nothing in comparison. Oh my gosh, I don't want his kids to one day, go to, this website and see that their dad was just an awful teacher. So I started making up a bunch of like fake reviews. But I'm like, but is it ethical? But yeah,
man, you're not going to live that down. So, Anna, what's up? You find yourself on the panel. You are muted. Did you want to jump in there?
I would love to. Who is the person that said the two-state solution by any chance?
that was me.
Explain that to me, would you please?
Oh no, I referenced it. I wasn't necessarily promoting it.
Okay. Please don't.
A two-state solution. What is your solution? A one-state solution?
Solution. One.
Yeah. Call it Palestine.
Yeah.
Tell them fucking Israelis if they can't get along with anybody, because clearly they can't.
Don't worry, buddy. We'll take care of them.
Then they can just
They'll
go.
stay there. We'll make sure they all stay in Israel, in Palestine. 6 feet under, I promise.
Well, that'll just give them another excuse to fucking 40 years down the road do it again.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah, it'll give them another excuse because that's what they go back. They fall back on that. Look what they did.
Yeah.
And because of that, now we get to do it to everybody else. Yay.
When you sent me that article or video about them opening, the sewage lines in Gaza?
Yes.
Right.
Fucking disgusting. Matter of fact, let me play that. I'm going to have to go to our messages, I think.
I am not going to
Okay, this is interesting.
be gaslit by y'all because I know for a fact $50K was a comfortable salary before COVID, and I have proof of this. Before we get started, let me just show y'all what the numbers look like. I didn't have a 401k, and I paid for health insurance outside of my job because it was trash. This is what my amount was each check. I got paid twice a month, $1651.19. Back in 2019, that is when I had got my first big boy job and I was making $50,000, or I think it was around like $55,000. But my rent for a 1-bedroom apartment was $945. Now, I'm not making this up. Y'all look, y'all see, that is the same apartment complex. I want y'all to guess what the rent is. Just guess.
$1,200. What the fuck?
Now, I just want to point out to y'all, this was for a lease that was only 8 months. And if you know, you know, the shorter the lease term, the more expensive it is.
Wow.
I was paying $945 for an 8-month lease. Today, they no longer offer an 8th-month option, but even dropping it down to 11, you're still looking at $1,741 for that same 1-bedroom apartment. Now, when you look at my expenses, rent, car, and mind you, I had a nice car. This was my car. I bought a 2-year-old
fucking Beamer.
BMW 3 Series. Look at all of my expenses back in 2019. My total monthly expenses was $2,635, and after all the bills were paid, I still had $667 left over that I could blow on anything. I could take that and buy a flight. I could go hang out with friends. I can use that $667 on whatever it is that I want. Mind you, that's after I've already deducted $500 for savings. Before anyone make a comment about the light bill being so low, even today, if you look, this was my current billing period. My light bill is only $85. I have never had a high light bill. I don't know what y'all are doing to get high light bills. I never have a high light bill. Fast forward to today, if you take that same salary, that same apartment complex, you take today's average car payment, all the other bills and expenses, you're negative. You're literally negative. This is off of the same salary, $50,000. When I made that last video talking about 50K being a mama I made it salary, I was being sarcastic. I didn't mean that quite literally, but the whole point of the video was to show and explain that you could live comfortably, have a nice vehicle, and still have money left over and not be worried or paycheck to paycheck.
Oh, I don't know why it got muted. Anyway, I mean, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. This shit's getting out of fucking control, man. Let me pull that video up. Damn, 21 message requests. What the fuck? Where is yours? There it is. Fucking Larry Craig. I did send you that video, right?
I think so. I think you sent it and then also put it in the group chat.
Oh my God, this video is... Hold on, let me see if I can... Oh my God. Maybe I shouldn't play this. Maybe we need a laugh after this. Did you see this one, Apex?
Oh, yes.
Oh my God. He's looking at his dad like, what the fuck, bro? Oh
Man, I'm not sure who got it worse.
Oh, fuck. Oh my God. I laughed so fucking hard when I first saw that shit. Wow. I'm sorry. That's not what I was looking for, but I came across it. I had to play it. Let's see. Damn, how long ago was that?
I didn't think it was that long ago.
I didn't think so either. Yeah, what the fuck? I think I sent it to John Eastwood as well. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, look at this shit. Israel opens their sewer line. Crazy. Open sewage dams to pollute the coast. People that are willing to do that, disgusting. And then they feel superior to others, which is just wild. I did, however, send you a video of this. Yeah, let me pull this up. This is fucking CNN crew in the West Bank.
Oh, yeah.
Rifles aimed directly at us, Israeli soldiers order us to the ground. Producer Abir Salman identifies us as journalists before translating the soldiers' commands.
Sit down, sit down, sit down.
So the soldiers just immediately came up and started pointing their weapons directly at us, telling everyone to sit down immediately. Obviously, we're not posing any threat here.
The commander comes straight for our camera, and within seconds... A soldier has just put photojournalist Cyril Theophilus in a chokehold, forcing him to the ground.
Don't touch him like that. Don't touch him like that. Give me my phone.
The soldier who assaulted Theophilus continues to demand he turn off his camera, before another smacks my phone. We've come to the West Bank village of Tayassir, where Israeli settlers have established an outpost, considered illegal even under Israeli law. And yet here, the soldiers stand idly by. Soldiers detain us too and walk us back to our vehicle. They say they're trying to establish order between settlers and Palestinians. But as the cameras keep rolling, it becomes clear these soldiers are here in service of the settler movement.
The land is ours, so all the West Bank is yours, of course. And not just for the soldiers, for the Jays.
In Taysir, settlers took the land at the expense of 75-year-old Abdullah Daraghme. His breathing is labored, his face bloodied, bruised, and swollen, bones broken. His family and multiple eyewitnesses say the settlers stormed into his home in the middle of the night and beat him to a pulp. I didn't expect this, Abdullah's son says. This is not normal.
And this is what they've been doing for fucking ever. They go in there, they take somebody's shit, declare it their own, and then blame them for throwing rocks. And or just shoot them or whatever. Like, this shit is just getting out of hand. I mean, it's been out of hand, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's... And
you know what?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I feel like, there's always good that comes out of the bad, no matter how, grotesque it is. And I think the good these times is that I can't think of a period of time where people's eyes are opening up as wide as they are. I kid you not. Like, I was completely sold on, the GOP conservative agenda, and kind of would give, them the benefit of the doubt. Hey, we got to support Israel. We got to do this. We got to do that. And I know myself, and for me to just do a 180, that would have been difficult, I think, under any other administration.
That's true.
Yeah. So this is, again, definitely not justifying what happened, but I think this is, it serves, sometimes you need fire to weed out impurities, and to bring things to light. So.
Yeah, I talk about that regularly. Like, there is silver lining to what Trump is doing. He's just spotlighting all the terrible shit that the United States and Israel has been doing and is doing around the world. Because what he's doing really, aside from actually like going in and trying to boom Iran and shit, everything he does is we've done before. Mistreating immigrants, going in and stealing somebody's country, stealing their resources. This is shit that the United States has been engaging in for fucking its entire existence, even prior to its existence. It's almost like these English fucking, these British, whatever the fuck you want to call them, they sent their worst over here. Like the ruffians that came over to get the resources, to send back home. That's what this was for. And then those bad people, those fucking psychopaths, ended up breeding and having a bunch of kids. And now we're all like, ancestors of a bunch of fucking douche nozzle supremacist pieces of garbage. And then we're surprised when we have school pew-pewings all the time, and we have violence in the streets to the level that you see in third world countries. We've got to, I don't know how you fix that. That's going to take generations and generations to get out of people. Just a total cultural shift. It has to be.
I'm noticing like a radical swing, like even in the churches, right? It used to be that the churches would stray away, at least the majority of them, actually. I know some churches more like there's more radical churches out there. Those have always existed, but just the messaging has been different. Where I'm Protestant, I attend a Catholic church with my wife. And for never have they ever spoken about, I guess, politics. I'll say, they kind of steer away, but now they're like, well, we have to be mindful, not to get into these conflicts. We have to be mindful of what's going on with the undocumented. We have to be, and it's not directly pointed necessarily at the administration, but it's insinuated. And it's talked about more, which I think is a good sign too, because if not, these places of worship will continue to lose their validity, or amongst people who believe. So because okay, well, what are you doing about it, right? So there are people who don't subscribe to a religion that stand up for these issues. Aren't we supposed to stand up for social issues that,
like me?
Yeah, exactly.
I wrote an article once. I'm more of a Christian than you are, and I'm an atheist.
and honestly, a couple of years back, I would have been like, let me debate you on that. But
right.
I'm just being honest with myself.
So look at it. A guy named Dusty Devers from Oklahoma. This guy, my Republican friend and I both railed against this fucking guy. He got elected in a special election. I think he was reelected again during the main one, but he was already in there, so he was an incumbent. This guy's a fucking loony loon. Mike Johnson, fucking corn sharing habits with this kid type fucking dude, right? And him and this group, they call themselves the Oklahoma Freedom Caucus or whatever. They've concocted some of the worst legislation I've ever seen in my life, one of which has to do with churches.
Yeah.
Right here, look at this shit. Proposed bill could force nonprofits and churches to turn away people based on their immigration status. They're putting forward a bill in Oklahoma that will not allow churches to provide material support for the benefit of any illegal immigrant or asylum seeker within the state. Any NGO that violates this subsection shall be permanently ineligible to receive any state or local funding. These people are absolutely insane. And these are Christians. They're all self-proclaimed Christians. Kind of like the self-proclaimed J people that exist in Israel who claim to be J, but are just more fucking colonial-minded, whatever bullshit. Like, it's like the rapist that claims to be a Christian to get in there to diddle your children. That's what this shit reminds me of. These fake-ass hijacking somebody else's shit for their own purpose. It's gross. God, can you imagine a law that says you can't help an illegal or an asylum seeker? An asylum seeker is not an illegal. An asylum seeker is somebody here legally.
You know, it's interesting because in Leviticus, won't get too preachy. It says, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I'm the Lord your God. So it's just, at the end of the day, it's people, right? So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to conflate the fact that, okay, well, this person broke the law, so they shouldn't, be. Well, let me tell you something. There's a reason why churches have confessions, right? Confessionals, because we have people who confess to even breaking laws too, right? And that's protected. So, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I think what's happening is, when you have people that do things like in the name of family or the name of even good things, like just step outside. Well, I'm doing this in the name of this. I'm doing it in my father's name, mother's name. But they do
it should be a red flag.
That's exactly, because then what I think it does, it perverts it. So then, in my view, what I'm finding is that those people that say, hey, you know what, that's now engage in these wars, let's not show respect towards these people. Honestly, you're the Antichrist, within the church, because I mean, and that's what you do. What do you do to, if you believe something is truth, then the greatest threat to your truth is going to come from within. It's not going to come from without, from external. No.
Yeah, because humans are pretty good at ignoring truth when it goes against what they believe is true.
Yeah. No,
and that goes even beyond religion. That's just a human fucking trait, really.
That's true.
Crazy. Yeah. Now I changed the prompt. What do you think, APAC? You think that might upset somebody that rolls through and sees it? Oh, you got quiet.
Sorry. Yeah, I got. I'm sorry. A call came in. Yes and no, because I would argue that those people aren't Christian. I think they're doing things under the banner of Christianity. But I think it's fair to just say, hey, we call them out as Christians just so that, use it as an umbrella term, just so that, Christians can, amongst themselves too, do some serious soul searching. So,
well, what's the litmus test? Like, I understand what you mean when you say that, they aren't Christians. I largely would agree with you, but like, their churches exist in this way and they preach this way. Like the Catholic archdiocese, in a large way, are responsible for that fucking Freedom Caucus and the behavior we're seeing in Oklahoma, especially. So, like, how do you say, saying those aren't Christians are easy, but how do you, like, I don't know, push somebody out? Excommunicate the fuckers? What do you do?
Yeah, I think it's less about the church excommunicating because they're not going to necessarily be in a position where they're engaging in one-on-ones, with the congregation. So I think it's more about, we have a lot of like church functions and we have a lot of people who, you're supposed to walk that particular life, right? So if you're in Christian in name only, then you identify those individuals as people who don't focus on social issues. They focus more on economic issues, for example. We're called to focus on the social issues. The economics will take care of itself. So that's number one. Number two, people who don't adhere to the basic tenet of love thy neighbor. So they're trying to find fault within other people. They're the fault finders, right? Hey, this person, there's fault here, there's fault within that person. And then three, people who act like they're holier than thou. And those are the three things that I really look forward to identify whether a person has, that foundation to be a Christian. It doesn't mean that they are a Christian. It just means that now I'll take their word for it because I've seen that they love their neighbor. I see that they're not acting holier than thou, and I see that they're caring more about these social issues and not trying to promote, these wars and so we're supposed to follow a piece of peace
and economy that serves their own needs rather than the needs of the whole.
Yeah, it's the social issues.
Now, Kirby in the comments said, "Shame them." Is there room for that within Christianity? Because we hear a lot of the times the argument, "All men tell no men." You could argue one way or the other, but if the quote unquote real Christians aren't calling out the bad Christians in a very public way, doesn't that mean that you can't know who is what, and so they're all bad until they're all good?
Yeah, so I think there's a difference between, I guess, constructive shame versus toxic shame, right?
Well, you can make them strip buck naked and then get on their knees just like Cersei in Game of Thrones, and everybody gets around and says, "Shame, shame." I'm kidding, of course, but
Yeah, so I think when you try to force something upon someone and you try to and you don't do it coming from a place of love, like for example, if I see someone like not acting like, I will just call them out and I would say, look, according to scripture, look, these are the verses. Is this your interpretation? Like, how do you define, like, why do you believe, what you believe? What's your basis for it? And oftentimes they don't have a basis because they can't quote scripture or they haven't read scripture. So a lot of Christianity and a lot of people also in a lot of religions, they're basing their beliefs off of a man's interpretation from behind the pulpit. And oftentimes, especially over time, what's going to happen is that the truth becomes muddied. That man's interpretation may not be the best interpretation. And if you don't read scripture, just like if you're a student and you always listen to the teacher, but you don't read your textbook, then you're going to miss a lot of details. And you're going to, just cave into the fact that, okay, human nature is power and control, but now I have my Christianity, so my Christianity, saves me. So now I can exert power and control over people, even if it's at the expense of them, because one of God's chosen people.
Well, here's a thought. Because on Sunday after church, Christians used to gather around the big oak tree with a rope, and they would hang black people, right? In the middle of the day. This is what they would do. It was like a celebration. They'd picnic while they watched the black guy writhe about trying to catch his breath, but he's going to be unalived. So we don't do that anymore, thank fucking God. Is there room to have every Sunday where somebody in the church that is not doing as they're supposed to go around the big oak tree and, while not necessarily, throwing them up on the fucking tree, shame them in some fucking public ritualistic way?
No, I wouldn't say that.
I'm sorry, I just something's got to be done, man. Because I know what you're saying, but it's like I've never seen. I don't think in my entire life, I don't think I've ever seen a quote bad Christian get just demolished by his congregation in front of the congregation for being a shitty fucking human. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, no, and a lot of accountability is missing. You're right. I think the way you do that is by first a lot of these churches have to do a deep dive into Scripture. It can't just be like the topical, hey, Jesus loves you.
Make them write 500 sentences of the love thy neighbor, the entire passage of it, over and over again on paper.
Well, I mean, in Catholic schools, so my wife went to like a Catholic school, right? So and it's always like an interesting experience because you have nuns teaching in many cases, right? And so there's definitely like disciplines that get asserted to those that attend Catholic school. But when you're an adult, you come as you are. Faults and all. And yes, there are churches that do proclaim, hey, look, we're seeing this, like even like the Pope, for example, he made a statement that was a swipe at Hegseth, right? So, and now apparently, I think Trump said something against the Pope, I think.
Wow.
Let me see if I could just pull it up. Let's see.
Fucking Pope, man.
Yeah, so it's so Pope rebukes Hegseth's prayers, labeling them as bloodlust. Right? So the Pope said God refuses the prayers of leaders who have hands full of blood. His remarks were seen as a sharp condemnation of Hegseth and a variety of other U.S. lawmakers and Christian nationalist leaders who use religious invocations to claim that the war on Iran is America doing the work of God. So it's like, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them. And now that's causing, some controversy. So, but you see, like things like that, like that's the Pope, rebuking that, but he's not, of course, using Hegseth's name, but he's making it so that people know. You know what I'm saying?
I love that, though. God refuses the prayers of leaders who have hands full of blood. I mean, are we sure about that?
Yeah.
God's hands are full of blood.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, if this dude could come in and stop all of this nonsense shenanigans, then all of it is it lays at his feet, doesn't it?
I would say yes and no. And
I know it may be blasphemous. But sorry if this feels uncomfortable, but
it's a truth-seeking conversation.
Yes.
So I mean, I think that's fair. So I would say this, right? We're all, I believe, at least, try not to be too preachy here, but that we're created in God's image. So that also means that even though we have a capacity to do good, we have a capacity to do bad. So does God. We were created in His image. So all these feelings of love versus hate, God can love, God can hate. Now, the contrast,
which is crazy to think about, right? God hating.
well, God created evil too. And that blows people's minds. Like, what's the whole entire purpose? Why does evil even have to exist? And then that boils down to the philosophical design argument, where love is a choice, right? If there was no evil, and we all chose to just do good, and we had no capacity, for evil or inclination, then what does that muddy the waters when it comes to love? What kind of, what is the purpose of life? Or we're kind of like drones, following the same, emotions, adhering to the same. So we get to choose either to follow or adhere to emotions that have a baseline of love, or emotions that are based in hate. So it's pretty binary in that regard. So I wouldn't say that it's necessarily. So when people say, okay, so is it God's fault? And I would say, I mean, this is the design. I would never fault God, just like I would never fault a parent per se. I could say, hey, you know what? If I do something that's wrong, I wouldn't necessarily fault my parent, for it. Especially a deity that I believe could take everything away. And then I guess I'll close with this. The Old and New Testament usually get conflated, because the Old Testament, Jesus came, it's like, hey, what is this supposed to represent? It's a mirror. The law is a mirror on humanity. Whenever man looks upon that mirror, what does he see? He sees himself, and he sees a broken self. And how can you become unbroken? Well, by being right with God, instead of choosing hate, which is interesting. Old Testament, you see a lot of hateful things. So you see that one side of the coin. You see a lot of hateful things, and this is like Christians believe. But then, how do you flip the coin? Instead of choosing hate, now you choose love, the Prince of Peace, as opposed to a king or a prince of war. So, and that's where I think Jews and Christians kind of, this is going to be very controversial. But I think that oftentimes the reason I can't adhere to a lot of some of what the Jews believe is because I think they accept that a law that is, I don't want to say based in hate, but a law that doesn't have redemption, or, it's just, and I got to be careful with that.
Well, real quick, Crunchy, welcome up. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. What's up? Lunch?
I'm on lunch right now, but it's almost over. I have to stay at work. I just came up to say hi.
Well, hello. Nice to talk to you. For anybody that doesn't know, this is my wife.
Hey, Crunchy.
My angelic wife. There has to be a God, because there's no way that somebody as perfect as my wife could ever exist without it.
Interesting.
Anyway, glad you came up. Everything going good?
Yeah, it's good. Well, I mean, we got stuff that's happening, so I don't get to leave my workplace for my lunch, but I just popped in to say hi to everybody, and I'll let you guys go back to whatever it was you were doing.
Whoa. Any embarrassing stories? Come on. We need something. No, I'm kidding.
I'll have to do that some other day. I'll have to join when I have actual time.
Okay. All right. I'll Venmo you.
Well,
I
babe,
got it.
if you want to do the PSA, I haven't done one yet.
Oh. Hey guys, thanks for joining the live. If you could tap the screen, we love our hearts. Give us some likes. Share out if you want. Don't forget we have gifting goals up at the top. Anything you can do is greatly appreciated. This obviously helps us with the extra income is needed in this time. So I appreciate any help y'all bring in.
Nice. Thank you, baby. I appreciate it.
Thanks. That was just off the cuff there. I don't know how good that was.
No, it's perfect. It's better than I do. I'm like, listen up, fuckers. And everybody's like, duh. Oh,
Yeah,
and see,
see,
look
yeah,
at that.
I
Hey,
can't
it
do
just got filled. APAC, thank
Look
you
at
so
that.
much for the. See,
No, that was all crunchy. That was all crunchy.
that
PSC
was crunchy. Yeah, good, excellent work there, baby. Excellent work.
Thank
You
you
need to
guys
come
for
up
reaching
here.
our goal.
Yes. Now, are you still interested in doing the like true crime thing that we had talked about?
Yes, absolutely. We need to do that.
And for the record, it was her idea. I've been kind of mulling it over in my head, how that might work. But yeah, that'd be cool. We both like true
All
crime
right.
and shit. Oh shit, APAC! Holy
Absolutely.
fuck! Future Encounter. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Wow.
What was
Did
it?
you
I
see
missed
it? Damn, you missed
No.
it. Oh, it was cool. It was
Oh,
like
wait, I'll drop another one if.
Okay, I'll stay for a minute.
Hold on one. I
No,
got to
no.
recharge. Give me 1 second.
He's got Apex. Got to recharge.
Oh, wow. Hold on, I saw that. That was awesome.
Wait, was it? I missed something.
It was like a building or something at the bottom, like a heart building looking
I
thing.
didn't see it. Son of a
Actually,
bitch.
Maybe I'm delayed.
No. You're supposed to say that you don't see it, so I can like GIF more. Come on.
Oh, you may be delayed. That's funny. That's funny.
But look, I'm gonna actually change it up. Hold on 1 second. Let's try
What
this.
do we got?
Let's try this.
Oh,
a
shit,
meteor
that's
shower.
fucking awesome. I
Oh,
love that one.
That's beautiful.
That is awesome.
I mean,
Dude,
I
thank
didn't
you.
see that. What was that again?
There you go.
Very clever. Very clever. Well done, Crunchy.
Hilarious.
And you know, it's the witch part in Crunchy that just made me do these things. So
Yeah, yeah.
like I meant.
It's appreciated.
Yeah, of course. You
Yeah.
know, look, Tim's awesome, right? I'm identified more as like conservative, or at least I came from conservative roots. And this guy is, I don't know, he's doing some witchcraft or something. Because I'm starting to agree more and more with it. So
That's funny.
Good. Come on over to the good side.
To the good side.
The good side. There's the good side, and then there's your side. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, I don't like to diss on anybody, so I don't know. Oh, look at that! I love that.
Wait, you don't like to diss on any? You know what? Just for that, I just want one diss. That's it.
I don't have I don't know you enough yet.
Channel your dark side.
Well, no. So in the comments there was a diss. Look at what Lil Red said. Read Lil Red's comment about APAC.
I guess I'm not seeing it. Something about
Did you know your husband?
something about donations.
Yeah, from
What
APAC.
kind of donations?
Well, you just said
okay.
donations. APAC is the is the Israeli fucking lobby of the U.S.
Oh yeah, right. I
Right.
can totally see you doing that.
No. That's why I don't know if I've ever told you this, but that's why APAC changed its name. Did I tell you that?
No.
Yeah, no, because it used to be Angel Eye, wasn't it?
It was Angel Eye. Yep.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was Angel. Was it always Angel Eye, or was it ever just Angel?
I had both variations, but
Okay.
At the end of the day, your husband accepts APAC money. How do you feel about that, Crunchy?
Well, as long as it's not, I don't know. Because I know he truly doesn't take money for nefarious things. So we're good with that.
That's funny. Although Israel, if you want me to never speak of the subject again, $7,000 a week, I'll take it.
A week? Heck yeah, okay.
That's the going rate, apparently.
I won't ever have to work. Thanks.
Right? And I just, I don't even have to agree with it. I just want to talk about it again. Somebody brings it up, drop. No, I mean, 'cause look, they're taking care of themselves anyway by acting in the way that they do.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really have to say much about it. I'm kidding, by the way. I that blood money could.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I
so.
honestly don't even think that you would do that. I mean, I think you say that. I don't think you would actually do that. I don't think.
No,
you
I
would
wouldn't.
take money to be quiet about anything.
No, that's an inside joke between Siren and I. Because like the fact that they're offering that money to people is wild. Like when you have to pay for your friends, kind of weird. A little weird.
And Tim, I gotta take a client call right now, but it was a pleasure. If you're on later, I'd love to come on.
Man, I appreciate it. Well, it was perfect timing too, because I just hit 4 hours, and since I'm probably going to be going live tonight, I'll just shut it down anyway. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for the gift, say, Pat.
Nice
good
seeing
luck
you again,
on the
Crunchy.
call.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah, we'll see you, man.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Anyway, how much longer do you have?
I actually need to go.
You got to go.
I was just coming in to say hi, and I just stepped out for a little bit because we got some stuff that I got to handle, and I can't leave the property. So unfortunately,
That sucks. Well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm glad you came up because whenever I'm live, I don't get to talk to you on your lunch, so you're always welcome up. And if there's like 8 people up here, I will make room for you, and everybody will shut up while we have our lunch talk.
Our normal talk. Hey, here's a little
Right.
peek into liberal's life.
Yeah. But anyway,
All
well,
right.
yeah, I mean, I guess get back to it. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down. I love you, and call me when you're, call me when you're done.
All right.
All right, love you, baby.
Love you.
See
Bye.
ya. Bye. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down with that. Perfect timing, I guess, for everybody. Should be on tonight. It'll be 8 Central, 9 Eastern is when Dotard is going up there to do his Dotard shit. So I should be online unless I'm just like out of it. I don't see any reason why I would be, but you never know. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, so I may be tired, but if not, you can come back here. If you haven't followed me, go ahead and follow me. You can come back, and we'll see you later on tonight. And with that, I bid you adieu. Y'all have a good one. We'll catch you in the next one. Peace.